Paul, how we doing? Can always count on you to show up. Hopefully this is better than last week, because last week was bad. So this should be good. Plug my phone in. Oh, for whoever's watching, if you haven't seen yet, maybe you have, maybe you haven't. PTP and I did predictions and picks for Backlash tomorrow. Both individual recordings are up. His went up last night sometime, I think. And mine went up this morning. So if you haven't seen them yet, go watch. They're not very long. They're not 4 hours like a live stream or anything like that. So you can get through them pretty quick. Drop a like, comment if you want. If you're here and you haven't subbed, hit the subscribe button. Put a like on this video. Let's see about getting 10 likes tonight, huh? Show us what you got. Show us the love. Should put oil in my beard tonight. Shit. Yeah, look at that, huh? Don't let the camera fool you now. Mm-hmm. We ain't gonna gun show. We gonna, yeah. SmackDown ain't going to show tonight, baby. Yeah. I think my phone blows up now. Oh. I doubt it. Honestly, I highly doubt it. I think they're gonna probably stick with the 6 they got, because it's not, a 4 to 5 hour PLE type of thing. It starts at 7. It'll probably be done by no later than, like, I don't know, 9:50 ish. So So they really only have like a, SmackDown-ish time frame, and there's going to be a couple commercials, video packages, that type of shit. So really, realistically, I don't really see any of the matches besides the U.S. title match going over 20 minutes. And I honestly, I don't think any of them are going over 20 minutes. But if one was going to, it's going to be that one. Because I'm not sure else. I don't know. I mean, unless there's some weird interference that we don't know about, which is certainly possible. I'm not guessing Cena and Orton's going to go 20 plus minutes. That's just not Cena now. Orton, yeah, he could do it, but without a lot of interference or a lot of slow down, like plotting, rest holds, the type of boring shit you don't really want to see in that type of match. I don't see it going more than 20 minutes. It'll probably push that mark, but no. The U.S. title match could go 20 minutes because it's a fatal 4-way. They could give it time, but Jay and Logan's not going more than 20 minutes. Dom and Penta aren't going 20 minutes. Becky and Lyra definitely aren't going over 20 minutes. Not a shot. Gunther and McAfee shouldn't go more than 10, to be honest with you. If they're going to play out the story right and lead to where I think it's going to lead to, as far as it seems pretty obvious we're going to get Gunther Goldberg this summer at some point. So I think this is sort of a conduit to maybe write McAfee off TV, possibly, but also to lead into Goldberg. The whole McAfee's a sports commentator, he's a sports broadcaster, podcaster, former football player, yada yada yada. It would be an okay segue into getting Goldberg to show up to challenge the bully Gunther for whenever that might be. Money in the Bank, SummerSlam, Saudi, probably Saudi. If Goldberg really wants to payday, probably Saudi, because they'll pay a lot more money to have him there for that kind of a shit thing. But as a segue, a lead into that motherfucker should not go more than 10 minutes. I'm okay with McAfee getting quote unquote offense in terms of he hits a couple of moves, dodges something, reverses something, whatever it is, because he does have a little bit of in-ring experience and he does have a little bit of wrestling training. So a couple things like that might surprise Gunther or pop the crowd or whatever it is. I don't have a problem with that, but I mean little to none. And then Gunther should just obliterate him, like Jimmy Uso style, and just destroy him under 10 minutes, call it a day. And I hope that's what they do. Because if they push it past that, then it's not a good look for Gunther. Doesn't do anything for McAfee at all. So I'm guessing. So, I mean, if you look at it that way, they'll fit the time in. I just said like I said in my prediction, and you can go back and listen if you haven't. Paul, I'm guessing you probably did listen to it. Normally with these smaller PLEs, I hate to say B-level PLEs because it's still a WWE PLE and people are going to watch it no matter what, but for a B-level type PLE, I'm surprised we're getting 6 matches and not 5, but obviously, none of them are going to be long. But typically for something like this, the way Triple H, usually, I'm not going to say every time, but usually, the way Triple H books this, we're going to get something we don't know is coming, or some sort of moment or surprise that nobody knows coming that will boost up the overall PLE, get people talking into the weekend, going into Monday, get people to watch after the fact. He's going to do something. I just don't know what for sure. The most logical guess would be like Goldberg shows up. That's what I think. That seems the most likely thing is like Goldberg shows up. So, could we see something as weird as Rollins or Breaker or both helping Cena beat Orton? Yes, I think it's possible. And for all people who may go, they don't want that, or they don't want those stories interconnected because of how flaky The Rock is, totally get it, but it's still possible. Still could happen. And, if it does, it could happen as early as tomorrow night. I don't know. Something in my gut just tells me they're going to connect them somehow.
Are you doing a debrief of what you just made something?
I don't know. I just do.
This man's doing a debrief. What's good, chat?
Yeah, I do. I think somehow they're going to do that. Just my gut. It may not be a winner. It could be like some Civil War type of a thing, which could be good if they do it right. It could be good, but like I said, as flaky as The Rock is, he'd have to have some sort of involvement at some point, and who the fuck knows. But my gut's just kind of telling me that's going to happen sooner than later. I just feel it. I kind of hope not, but we'll see. Yeah, I think in the sense of like under the possibility that The Rock's comments before about everything's a work or whatever it is, and his response online to Dave LaGreca talking about the creative process and the creative team, but not mentioning Triple H, and Triple H not mentioning The Rock at his Hall of Fame speech. Is it possible that they're working the fans and building towards like a fight for the future of the company type of thing, where it's sort of like a worked shoot-ish type of storyline between old rivals Triple H and The Rock, where like it's kind of like a WWE Civil War, where like Rollins and Breaker and Heyman and whoever else might be added to the group could be under the I guess you could say under the arm of The Rock and like the board of directors, because he's part of it, and he's sort of like puppet mastering it and like allowing them to do what they want, and to like try to remold WWE in their image. Sure, could be. And then Triple H has the more heroic characters, the Codys and Punks and Sammy, and the people, Roman at times, obviously, because Roman's Roman, to like be on his. Sure, I could see it. Could it be a clusterfuck? Yes. Could it work out well enough to not necessarily like have like a bloodline long term story type of effect, but maybe like leading into Mania next year to set up certain things. Yeah, they could. Yeah, yeah. Could I see it? Sure. I don't know if they would like. It would be specifically. I mean, all right. If that's the route they're gonna go, could it be like, in theory, Team Triple H against Team Rock? Sure. I don't know exactly who the teams would be, but or if they do like 4 versus 4, or 5 versus 5, but sure. You could have like if Cena's. I mean, in theory, if Cena's turned back by that point, you could realistically have a team of Cena, Roman, Punk, Sammy, maybe Jay, or Randy if he hasn't turned yet, something like that. I mean, like a super team. Yeah, sure. Seth, Braun, Drew, and depending on who else they add, could be Randy if he's a heel. Could be on that side. I don't know. It's possible. And on paper, those kind of people, that kind of a match with those names would be killer. I mean, that's all the biggest, like the biggest in one match. Yeah, absolutely. Could be. Not saying they're absolutely going that route because I don't know for sure, but my gut's telling me they kind of are. So well, yeah, it's all about the Well, sure. I mean, it's all about the execution. If they can execute it right, it could be really good. A little convoluted, but really good. It's just they have to execute it. We'd have to see about that. But at the moment, we're not there yet. We don't know. I like what I'm seeing post Mania. The Rollins Breaker Heyman thing is good. Obviously, there's going to be more than the two of them, who I don't really know yet. Drew actually makes a lot of sense. I don't know if they'll do it or if that's the plan, but Drew would definitely make a lot of sense. I would probably have, pseudo evolution, where someone like Breaker, who's like younger, I should say younger than pushing 40 to be in it. Someone like even a call up, a Trick Williams, Carmelo, someone like that would be massive. I know a lot of people are talking about like Austin Theory and shit, but Austin Theory would need like a lot of time and kind of a rebuild. He couldn't just walk into that group to help them and all of a sudden like he's main event level. That's not gonna work. He's been the company, the way he's been presented on TV, he's been shit on for too long to like just have him automatically do something to help the group and he's a main eventer again. I can't. They have to do more than that. All right, we got about 5 minutes till the show, and I'm gonna go eat.
Thank you. Got everything?
Whatever he forgot, you could send it to us, or we'll replace it.
Love you. You're not even gonna look at me.
No.
I know you're angry, but you need to listen to me. I love you. No matter what. You want to go with your grandparents? Okay. I hate it. But I love you. So I'm letting you go.
Hey, P, is your mic on?
Just come back. We change your
Huh?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Just checking. Why the hell is that fucking stream so loud? I was about to say, it's 8 o'clock. When the hell is this starting?
Forever. Together.
Forever.
Welcome to Friday Night SmackDown, and we're wasting no time. Damian Priest is headed to the ring. So much ahead with him tonight in moments, plus tomorrow at Backlash.
Excuse me, Damian, I know you're about to head out there in just a moment for a massive tag team match tonight, but tomorrow night, you also have a massive fatal four-way match for the United States Championship at Backlash. How are you feeling about all this?
You know, I was good with just getting my hands on Drew McIntyre. But now the idea that I could become a two-time United States
I was
champion.
gonna say, I thought they'd start with Cena. Okay.
There he is. My man, I wish you all luck in the world. But here's what you got to think about. I'm in that match too, and anybody who gets in the way between me and my U.S. Championship, the backlash will be swift and severe. But that's tomorrow. What I'm worried about is tonight. And tonight, it's me, it's you, it's Solo, it's Fatu, and what we're going to do. You know, I'm glad you brought that up. We're facing two of the baddest men as this entire roster. Now, I'm not worried about me having your back. I'm concerned about you having mine. You know, I came in here with a clear conscience thinking trust wasn't an issue, but now that you're saying that, alarm bells are starting to go off, sounding a little sus. I'll make you a little deal. If you got my back, I got yours. Don't make me regret it, because if you do dirt, you get dirt. Don't make me give you dirt. Let's do the thing. Somebody hit my music. Yeah!
Not a bad opener, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I kind of just thought maybe Cena would open. So we can get to St. Louis for tomorrow. You know, kind of see like how they do things.
From Los Angeles, California, weighing in at 240 pounds,
I thought for the most part these are like different than Raw's, where it's like Raw more or less you can kind of like have him start first because there's stuff that's probably going to be better than him that comes after this, whereas in this case he's kind of the center of the show this week if he's on a SmackDown.
Championship, Jacob Fatu in his first defense, and what a defense it will have to be against three of the best, the megastar LA Knight, Damian Priest, and of course Drew McIntyre. One extremely physical match coming up tomorrow at Backlash.
Oh no, that's not broken.
That is streaming on Peacock live tomorrow night. Start off this explosive edition of SmackDown. Of course, tomorrow night, that fatal four-way that we mentioned. Announced from New York City, specifically to be honored in the Bronx, where Priest was given the honor of finding out that next Saturday, he's going to be inducted into the Bronx Walk of Fame. Well done, Priest. Going to have a street named after him.
Here's a Bronx Walk of Fame.
A hero on the island of Puerto Rico, and that hero worship will only grow further if Damian Priest is successful in his pursuit of the United States Championship tomorrow night at Backlash. However, there's a lot we've got to get through before that match is on deck.
Great scene here at the Nutter Center in Dayton, Ohio. Friday Night SmackDown. Massive crowd roaring immediately. Knight and Priest ready for a big challenge. And even more massive star power is arriving right now. Jade Cargill is here in Ohio. Tonight, a big showdown to see who fights for the WWE Women's Championship. She's earned her way to the top. Oh, throwing that bottle right at Naomi's face. But Nia Jax is back, and she's determined to get that #1 contender status as well. Jade Cargill, Nia Jax, that's tonight. LA Knight.
So I guess that kind of almost confirms that like this isn't being added to the card. Not really surprising, but I probably assumed that was the case.
No, I mean, a probably under 3-hour show, and when normally like the lower level or what you call B-level PLEs hit 5, and the fact that they're doing 6, and none are going to be very long, probably, except for maybe this one. Yeah, we're not going to, I don't think we're going to get a 7. They'll probably have it, and then like they'll say next week it'll be the winner against Tiffany. Or, I mean, they could. What, Saturday night's main event is what, 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
That I do not. I haven't really looked that up recently.
It's this month. It's this month. They can set it up. They can have it for that.
Who inserted himself in the match, got LA Knight disqualified, and as they sorted things out, enter the fray, Jacob Fatu with his usual brand of carnage.
I just remember if it's 24th or...
as he has done since arriving here on SmackDown. Now, last week, LA Knight and Priest attempted to sort out their issues in ring. That was when Solo Sikoa hit the scene and decided to take down both men. But things went badly for the former enforcer. Priest and LA Knight teaming up to take down Sikoa with a BFT. That was until once again the United States champ Jacob Fatu hit the scene and again wrecked all comers. Is this a sign to come for what's going to happen tomorrow night at Backlash? Another
It's very weird how Drew is supposedly being added to a match that he hasn't even been here for 2 weeks of the build for, with no real reason as to why.
I've said it before, but
No.
I think it's worth mentioning because
Since he
it
won
comes
the #1
with so much
contendership.
more to it seems, since WrestleMania. But there is
As far as I know, he hasn't really
change
done anything
in every arena when Jacob Fatu
like Rhea did
enters
from
the
like
arena.
promoting
But
in
since
Australia or whatever,
WrestleMania,
so
the way he wears
I just
that
think he just
U.S.
I
title
think he just
as
had,
if it's
he's
a
randomly
choker
took time
necklace.
off.
And look at right away, we talked about the potential for just this odd pairing in the Discord as to who's going to start the match between Priest and LA Knight.
Doesn't bode well for a
With that
possible
solo
title
attack.
change.
I'll tell you right now,
Yeah,
I had a really good
again,
feeling about LA Knight and Priest being mature enough to put their issues to one side. You heard that pep talk in the gorilla area right before the match. It was terrible. It tells you immediately these two guys want nothing to do with each other tonight. And that is why Solo Sikoa has immediately been able to capitalize. Big mistake from Knight and Priest right off the bat.
Priest fights his way out of the potential Samoan drop and comes back with the big kick. Always a great striker is Damian Priest with the right hand.
A massive amount of power, but more importantly than that, a massive amount of range, and he knows how to use it. A guy that size, you often see people as long and rangy as Damian Priest working smaller in that ring, but he certainly makes all the most of his physical gifts.
The more time that passes, I'm starting to see why people call him the bisexual Undertaker.
In there against Solo Sikoa.
What I like about Damian Priest, calls himself the Street King because he doesn't mind getting down and
But you
dirty.
know the style
Maybe
funny.
actually
Trenches can go to war with anybody. And
I mean
now
that I
he's
mean
about to
that I
go
don't really know.
old school,
I like he got some
old
zesty
school
moments. I'm not gonna lie, but that's like
And Damian Priest, as he
That's why that
finally
comes with the
settles
job.
down,
what
that stare from the Samoan
I
werewolf.
mean, he is whatever, but yeah,
And this one,
definitely.
what a statement it would be not only to Jacob Fatu, but his own tag partner, LA.
I mean not as much so
He
like I mean the
bites a
bisexual
little,
part, but the Undertaker part. I feel like his style is like
Yeah.
very similar.
On the outside, better wise up fast though, Solo.
I mean, he mixes a little bit of Scott Hall in too, so it's like, you know.
Priest just got that steely focus in his eyes. Wait up. What are we gonna do, champ? We're gonna do something or you look stupid.
This man's wrestling in a hoodie. Realize that. What the?
Listen again to these two.
You're gonna eat that. That's my title tomorrow. We're not there tomorrow.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
Made it to the stream. Welcome to the
Right
stream.
now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus
Wait, is
5G
it,
home internet for just $30 each per month. All on America's largest 5G
I'm gonna just go with
network.
Bama. I'm gonna go with
And
that.
with 5G
But
home
welcome to
internet,
the stream.
setup is easy.
Glad you made
Switch
it.
today and get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each.
Yes.
You know, if you're into that whole saving money thing. Visit your local store to start saving now.
Oh, pizza! We're trapped by dishes.
Don't worry, they've got new Dawn Power Suds. It'll power through this whole pile with ease.
Yeah, it's the dish soap with 2 times more powerful suds.
Lucky ducks.
Dawn's first suds that trap, lock, and remove 99% of grease.
So it doesn't get passed from dish to dish.
Ooh, clean and stacked.
Like ducks in a row.
Good one.
New Dawn Power
I
Suds,
forgot
the
to say
better
a
grease
lot
getter.
of stuff.
Big
Forgot to
news!
say.
All you can eat wings and fries is back at Buffalo Wild Wings with boneless and traditional
cut up
wings.
stuff
And I'm gonna
on.
eat loads of them. Truckloads of traditionals, boatloads
But
of
I'm also, for
boneless,
anybody that was
or
like just
truckloads
stopping
of
by
both,
or has been
because
currently
it's all
watching the
you can
stream,
eat,
if
and
you
I
guys
don't
are
have to stop.
new to the stream, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Also,
Native is made with 9
try to get-
clean ingredients and
try to
is
get 7
good
likes
for
on the
your
live
skin
stream.
without leaving white marks or
for
residue.
the Go Home show to Backlash.
72-hour odor protection that cares for skin isn't a myth.
The Shaq-a-Roni's back at Papa John's with more pepperonis and over half a
Before it
pound of
started, I'm
cheese.
like, hey, let's try for 10.
I am here to work,
Screw it.
people.
Try
Where's
for
the
10.
garlic sauce?
Is he always here? He's everywhere. We're making you a Shaq-a-Roni for $12.99.
That's right. I live here.
Turn up your summer with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea.
Twisted Tea fans love the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
And Doug.
Okay, here's what you want to do. Save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
Are you a caddy?
No, I'm a Doug, and that's a Limu.
Okay, I'm gonna putt now.
Okay, I'm going to watch you putt.
Oh.
Nice birdie.
Yes, he is a very nice bird.
Oh no, Limu! The cards!
Only pay for what you need.
Shop Macy's Mother's Day sale for gifts that'll make mom say,
Wow, that's hilarious.
Like diamond necklaces up to 70% off. And our best fragrance sets boxed and ready to give. Plus, handbags from Karl Lagerfeld, Calvin Klein, and so many more.
See, it's
Macy's
little things
Mother's
like
Day
this
sale
that is
lasts
like, I
4
don't think.
days.
At this point, it's starting to really think that like the bloodline probably isn't like disintegrating, or if it is, it's kind of like
not why you're here.
a slow burn like the Judgment Day is, because there's certain things that they do in these matches where it's like it doesn't seem like, oh, they hate each other, like this is gonna break up eventually type of energy. It feels like they're just a team.
It all comes down to you.
I mean, I don't know. The comment last week about screwing Jacob over.
Well, there is your newly
They could do something tomorrow where, you know, Jacob tells Solo not to like get involved or do it himself, and Solo gets involved anyway.
Discord pairing up. This is what happened while we were away when they took complete control against Priest.
And I wouldn't mind a bloodline presence, but it's got to be like, you know, if either of the Tongans are going to be back, you know, if they're going to add somebody to it, like it should be really, literally Renegade, like more so than what Solo was doing before. Like they should be more Renegade with Jacob, Cleveland, whoever. I wouldn't have a problem with it.
For the U.S. Championship, as Fatu looks to defend against Drew McIntyre, but Damian Priest and LA Knight. So tag team partners tonight, a little tenuous relationship there, but tomorrow, 2 of the 4 in there for the U.S. Championship.
See, the game had changed there for Damian.
Oh, he's not around.
Finally looking for the tag because he needs out there in the worst way, but LA Knight was dropped with a cheap shot from Sikoa. I don't think Priest saw it.
And the Samoan drop.
And that's not going to help tensions between Priest and Knight.
nor for tomorrow with the wear and tear that Damian Priest has now taken for an extended period of time.
Yeah, and things are looking really good here for Jacob Fatu, especially as he watches two of his three opponents from last night getting dropped time and again by Solo Sikoa.
Time by Fatu. When he revs up the engine, you know the offensive assault is on, and he turns that head towards the target.
Now the hoodie's off.
Would be in the top representative of his family. Sees the likes of the Usos and Roman Reigns as yesterday's icons. Looking in, heralding a new era of Samoan dominance in his own image.
I know it says it on the shirt, but that shirt's actually kind of gas.
He is softening up one of his opponents tomorrow at Backlash.
Two men just completely built from head to toe for open warfare.
It's an interesting dynamic as far as like they boo Solo, but they love Jacob.
And now Solo Sikoa looks to get his running start, but instead Priest fires out of that corner.
Yeah, and he had to. That was game over there.
In a way, I kind of don't want him to like. I don't want them to like force the face turn either, though. Because if it's not really natural, then it's gonna be like. It's gonna be like on some early Orton type stuff, where it's like. Okay, he's supposed to be good, but it is. No, not Solo. I'm talking about for Jacob.
Jacob, I think they're just letting it. I don't think even if he turned on Solo and beat his ass, like he'd get cheered for that, but I don't think that would automatically qualify him like the next time he appears a babyface. It's just.
With the jumping neck breaker, and you feel that energy picking up and hitting an 11.
Seems like they're letting it happen organically. He's just going to be cheered no matter what he does, unless he literally brutalizes, like, you know.
Drops the elbow on Fatu.
Look at every bit the perpetual motion machine.
There have to be somebody like super over babyface for him and whoever's with him, like, to brutalize. Sort of like, you know, where they keep him like cleaner, where he does heel shit, but he still gets cheered just because of like how good he is. Let it organically happen.
Fury in the eyes of the megastar who knew victory was in his sight. And the momentum now shifts towards Damian Priest and his astounding powers of recovery.
I think about it, the Boogeyman has to get residuals because there's too many people doing this herky-jerky stuff in this ring, bro.
Ultimate confidence booster, and you don't want to give that to tomorrow night's opponent.
Night disrupts of South
I remember this happened 3 times already in this one match alone, and I'm thinking about it, it's like the Boogeyman literally has to be making some type of bread. Damn.
And delivers the super kick, and now is looking for that spike.
Well, Solo did get tagged in there. It was off camera.
Then again, maybe that's just me. If I was a Boogeyman, I want bread. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he has a trademark on, like, you know, a shimmy in the ring, but I would think, like, you know, at least, like, maybe the respect part, although, you know, he's not, like...
Well, somehow they arrived at the finish line.
Well, that was okay.
Oh, look at this!
Oh, snap.
Well, the match is over. No more teammates. Back to being full on opponents ahead of Backlash tomorrow.
Are we gonna get Drew, or are we just gonna have the same thing that happened 2 weeks in a row?
For the U.S. Championship in the fatal
I don't know.
And the champ is cleaning them up right now.
Well, no
Because right now, why are we giving triple threat energy when there's 4 people in this match?
Don't know. Not to mention the fact, I mean, I get that they're going to work towards, like, Solo and Jacob not being, and Solo kind of being on his own, but, like, can they do any more to, like, destroy what Solo is? The way it was presented, like,
I mean, does he really have an identity now?
Well, that's the problem. Like, he went from, like, you know, Bloodline Enforcer and, like, I don't want to say nearly unstoppable, but, like, he had that aura of, like, killer, and
Oh.
now he's just basically a jobber.
He finally showed up. I'm not saying he's a jobber. I mean, that's the thing about like losing matches. I mean, it's like a slippery slope. Some people lose with purpose, and then some people just lose to lose. And it's like he's walking a fine line between losing with purpose and then losing to lose. Sometimes he does lose to lose, but
determined to fully claim what right.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, technically either way is fine. But, like, can he win once in a while? Even against somebody lesser, can he, like, just win something once in a while?
I mean, but that's just the way of the land. There's no jobbers on the roster now because literally like the jobbers realistically are like cruiserweights, and they deal with each other. So it's like there's not really like back then there used to be times where like a guy could have you could throw Eugene on the card to get his ass beat because you had guys designated to be jobbers that fans knew weren't gonna win. Now there's no real like guy that you can be like, oh, he can lose every week and I wouldn't care because everybody is somewhat notable.
I can think of one.
Oh! Like my childhood hero John Cena said, you never give up.
Wait, who?
Looks like you done threw in the towel.
The Miz?
I mean, The Miz really isn't a jobber.
No, I'm not saying he's a jobber, but, like, it really wouldn't do any... If they randomly had a run-in or whatever it is and had made a match between the two of them and Solo beat Miz, it would help Solo and do nothing.
I didn't even realize that this dude R-Truth is still trying to be a fan of John Cena.
WWE touches down in Tampa.
Wait, what did you say? I can't hear you.
The massive lineup of 4 can't-miss shows.
Saturday night main event, Battleground, Monday Night Raw. It's a new era on NXT.
All the action, all the energy, all coming to Tampa.
Yo, we coming.
Tickets on sale now. Scan the code to get your tickets today.
Wait, this still muted?
Wi-Fi is booming.
Yeah, it's muted.
Next up, boom time.
Let me see something really quickly. But in the meantime, in between time, if you haven't already, there are two videos uploaded to the channel. I think it was yesterday and today, going over the Backlash card itself. So if you haven't already, make sure to check out the channel and watch those last 2 videos. Greatly appreciated. Run the likes up on those as well. Be greatly appreciated. I don't know what happened to this audio. Wait. You might have to leave and rejoin it. Cause I see like a reconnect thing, but I clicked it like 3 times and it didn't do anything. Was that a bird? Yeah, that's a bird. Okay. Oh shoot.
Lost the WWE Championship to Yokozuna.
I'm not gonna lie, as much as I don't like Ohio, that doesn't look that bad right now.
SmackDown to be held in Dayton, Ohio. Let's show you what just happened.
It's downtown Dayton.
Our opening tag match. Eventually, the strange team of Knight and Damian Priest got the victory after this BFT. There have been numerous arguments between the two throughout the match. They continued in the aftermath of the victory. A shoving match which rapidly turned into a slugfest ahead of their matchup tomorrow night at Backlash with this man in a fatal 4-way matchup for the United States Championship. Jacob Fatu laying waste to 2 of his 3 opponents tomorrow night, trying to make an emphatic statement ahead of that defense at Backlash. But don't celebrate too much, Jacob Fatu, because the 4th man in that matchup, the Scottish Terminator himself, Drew McIntyre, strikes 1 claymore to the face. McIntyre making clear his intent to be raising the United States Championship above his head tomorrow night to become a Grand Slam champ here in WWE.
Drew, can you explain to us why you just laid out Jacob Fatu?
You want to know why? That was a message to the Samoan Werewolf. Tomorrow night, I put a silver bullet in him. It should be a one-on-one match, though, shouldn't it, Baron? Didn't I win the #1 contenders match against LA Knight? Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I mean, some people might say, well, Drew, there was outside interference. You know, I'm a details guy. The devil is in the details. LA Knight shouldn't have been in that match in the first place. You know why? Because he lost at WrestleMania. Back of the line, BS. Speaking of BS, why is Priest in the match? I told you, Priest, at WrestleMania, I was going to beat you in front of the world. I was going to beat you in front of your brother, your sister, your father, in front of your mother. And I did that fair and square. But you don't know how to succeed unless it involves Drew McIntyre. Why would he stop? He gets rewarded every single time. He's in the 4-way. BS. So, Jacob, you're the baddest dog in the yard right now. That's why I want to fight you. When I get that title, I'll be a Grand Slam champion around here. But I got some advice for you, kid. So come close and listen. The problem, when you're all gas and no brakes, is things are great when you're all gas and you're mowing everybody down, but eventually, without brakes, you hit a brick wall. And that brick wall's the next United States champion, Drew McIntyre.
Man, he said he wanted the baddest dog, but you get a sense of where Drew's mind is as he heads into this tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's pure danger. Now, on the other side of the size spectrum, the diminutive, but lately...
Something about McIntyre, though. Whatever belt he's going after, he knows how to make that belt feel important.
It has been several weeks now of sheer dominance, culminating last week in Zelina Vega, the new United States Women's Champ, taking on Piper Niven of the Secret Service. Vega looking really good until the former champ Chelsea Green got involved. She might regret that one. Turned out to be a big mistake. Vega pounced in a quick pin.
Not even gonna lie, I remember I was gonna go back and I said I was gonna watch like the last like week, and it's like I realized that like I didn't even really go do that. But I mean, they're showing the recap of everything, so I mean.
To celebrate the United States title reign of Miss Chelsea Green.
What is going on?
Excuse me, this is
What
a
the
friends and
heck?
family event. Do you have clearance to be here?
It's my office.
So no.
A was just about to say the most beautiful eulogy for the girlies. We are in mourning.
A Eula girly is crazy.
Got the crocodiles here is you're mourning a title that you lost
Fair and square, Chelsea, just when I thought you couldn't get more pathetic. Like, that is crazy.
Pathetic? You don't understand because you have 0 girlfriends, Alina.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have 0 girlfriends? That's funny. That's funny. So maybe you two versus me and my non-existent friend in a tag match tonight. What do you think about that?
I think I like where this is going. Yes, good idea. Tag team match.
So I guess we'll just see you guys in the ring tonight. Bye!
Nicholas, I'm going through something!
I'm sorry, is Chelsea holding a memorial service for the U.S.
They really held a memorial service in this man's office.
Show some respect. Solemn affair.
Bruh.
The following tag team contest is scheduled for one
Nicholas.
Introducing first, accompanied.
Also, shout out to Chelsea getting a she got a contract extension, or she got a new deal in general. So that's great. I think it's like a 3-year or something. I couldn't remember what I read, but
Sets a team with Piper Niven.
Oh, she deserves it.
We will find out. The U.S. champ Zelina Vega and
yeah, definitely. Like as of like the last year and a half, she's grown significantly, or at least like not even really grown. 'Cause I mean, I feel like she was always good. She just had like injuries and stuff to take her out. But yeah, when she's on screen, you know, good things happen. So good things happen. Okay, now I gotta nip these bots and the early stages. Wow, this is Yoga just like pulled up in a Joker suit. I'm weak. That's interesting. Why is the arena logo on the graphic? Bum, ba-dum, bum. Oh, did anybody see the Ricochet Javon Evans stuff on Twitter the other day? Or over the weekend, I think?
Yeah.
The fact that people are actually making excuses for not only like the fact that most people don't even realize is that literally like he had like multiple dark matches with that company, so I'm like that was just absurdly stupid. There's people that are actually saying like, oh, Ricochet's bad at his job and he's disguising being in character for being a bitter old man, and it's like I feel like people just blindly hate AEW so bad that they don't want to admit that literally Javon just overdid his response, which is why they're deleted. Like I would assume if he did nothing wrong, quote unquote, or he just crashed out because he's a young like wrestler, the tweets would still be up, but they aren't, which means that someone told him, "Hey, you went too far. This doesn't make any sense. Why would you tweet this? Get them off the internet."
More than likely.
Yeah. It just seems really funny to me. And it's like, they're not even like drag Drew McIntyre into it because he was just on the screen, but it's like, him and Ricochet aren't that far off in age. So if Drew McIntyre can get away with it, why can't Ricochet? That literally makes no sense.
Well, who took it down, Ricochet or Javon?
I know Ricochet's tweets are still up because Ricochet's tweets were in character, but Javon basically talked about the attendance numbers and basically said Ricochet works for a crackhead, and that's basically all those tweets are gone.
Well, I'd be willing to bet the crackhead part is probably why they made him take it down, and maybe it's because he's NXT and not main roster. Maybe if he was main roster and up a little bit on the ladder, maybe they wouldn't have made him take it down. But
pick up where I left
probably the crackhead part.
Well,
that part of not mention that
man,
possibly.
I buried him ritualistically.
They wouldn't have made him
violently. And funny enough, what I found 6 feet deep, it wasn't death. No, it was the truth. And the truth is, I came back because I truly believe that I am the consequences that this company so desperately needs. See, I am more than just the man that whispers in shadows, despite what you want me to do, despite what you think I might do. And when I say that, I don't mean that in a villainous way. No, this is so much bigger than just good versus evil. This is more than just the chance, the fog. Because this will cut deeper than any symbol ever could. Anything that I could ever do. I'm here to confront you, both mentally and physically. And you get to decide which one is worse. And as far as you, Carmelo, I haven't quite figured you out. Or have I?
Well, Aleister Black put The Miz away last week in his SmackDown re-debut. This week, the understudy.
I'm kind of intrigued. I was trying to dissect it to figure out, like, I feel like is it messed up to say that him and Rusev are kind of like eerily similar as far as like basically wanting to be the consequences of the company?
Yeah, similar for sure. Yeah.
Like realistically, if you really like break it down to its nuances, like Rusev is like, oh, there's a lot of people wasting their talent, and I want people to realize that by beating the crap out of them. And then he's just like, oh, I'm going to confront you mentally and physically, and you decide which one breaks first, or which one you would prefer, or which one like hurts you the most.
A chance to meet a WWE superstar. Go to WWE.com.
It's not bad. I mean, they're on different shows, but.
Well, yeah, Rusev's, a little bit of the redeemer, and Aleister's somewhere in that range, but like in a darker way. With like, subtle differences. But yeah, I mean, different shows, different presentation.
Yeah. But at that point, it kind of does seem like most people aren't really probably going to say anything about it, but realistically, it definitely kind of mid. But I mean, I'll probably look at that at a later point in time. Oh! Okay. Wow. It was only a matter of time before she showed back up. Okay, this old man is way too happy. That old man is, respectfully, you're way too happy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss.
Her tag team partner from Columbus, Ohio.
Look at that guy's face.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro was in awe. Like, damn.
I think bro might have made a mess in his pants. Like.
But I mean, I forgot she's from Columbus, so I'm guessing that made it more sentimental, I guess. So, for that perspective, I get it. A little bit, but at the same time, mouth agape is nutty. Like,
yeah, that is, like...
Mouth agape is nutty.
Dude act like he had never seen a woman before. Like, for real. Like...
Of Alexa Bliss this time around, but what we do know is that she is in action tonight.
I mean, come on, bro. There's signs in the crowd, like some people knew she was coming.
Oh yeah, it got leaked a while ago that like she was on her way back, but they just didn't know when.
Reaction by Chelsea Green the moment it was revealed that it was Alexa.
Yeah, but I want like Wyatt 6, Alexa. I don't want
Zelina Vega.
Like. Shades of
United States champion, newly minted, is
Bray
Zelina
Wyatt
Vega in
version
there
of
against
Alexa.
Piper Niven. We saw that a week ago.
Lie in a weird way. I feel like at this point they probably should. I feel like they should keep them separate, but I mean at this point they're probably gonna. I think it's like kind of like implemented that she's gonna lead them, but it's like I just feel like realistically.
Isn't it interesting that Chelsea was?
It's like in a weird way the spooky stuff works for her, but also it's like from a standpoint of like what she really got over with, I feel like she has a lot more to unravel than to just kind of go back to the otherworldly stuff.
We got a 619 opportunity, Wade.
Oh, damn.
We got a stacked up 619.
Well, I guess since the Wise chick are really like otherworldly at this point, she probably fit better now than she did before.
I gotta get you a calculator ringside.
I mean, realistically, it's still pretty. I mean, because basically, like, essentially, like, they're basically the puppets come to life. So at that point, like, even if they don't wear the mask that go along with them, it's you kind of know what they are, which is essentially like a reincarnation. But at this current moment, I mean, I don't know. Whatever they want to do would probably eventually work over time. But I know I do see a lot of people saying like, oh, they want like kind of like old Bliss. But I don't know. It all depends.
WWE Universe, let the adventure begin.
I mean, I still want the Alexa Nikki tag team, to be honest with you, but
yeah. I mean, lots like I said, there's benefits to them like blending the two, but I can see how some people are just like more or less keep it up, like for Bo to kind of be like the face of it on the way back, and then to just kind of like give the reins up to Alexa. It kind of does seem a little like not rash, but random, because it's like, okay, so why can't Bo lead the group anymore? Like it kind of throws everything off in a way.
Well, no, yeah.
Because it wasn't like it was like, oh, he like wasn't believable. I mean, he got injured. He's been cleared. Like, I genuinely don't know why they would want to get a new leader, or give them a new leader. But I mean, I guess.
I don't know. I don't see necessarily has to lead. She could just be or sort of maybe like if her and Nikki are if her and Nikki team, like she could be sort of like the one that reins them in. Or psychologically keep them in check. I mean, they have to actually like show up again before they can do anything, and I don't, If they're just an attraction, like how often are they gonna show up?
That's also the thing, though, too. It's like, realistically, even though it's harder to do in this era of wrestling, at least for the most part, depending on, like, the character or, I guess, like, how well the person protects themselves outside of wrestling, there's no Undertaker-esque characters where it's like, they can be gone for a period of time, they can come back, they can have semi-memorable or like very memorable storylines, and then kind of just like peek in and out and do what they have to do but not be oversaturated. If that's their plan for them, I feel like that overall the direction they've been taking is fine. But at that point, if you're trying to have something like that takes mad work or is mad, I guess everything has meaning. It's hard to kind of be like, oh yeah, they deserve to be on TV every week. When in reality, you can have it in spurts to where, okay, they're going after this person, then they disappear. Then maybe a couple times later, boom, you bring it back, you know.
Yeah, then they go after somebody else, and then
want bliss. We
Yeah.
want bliss.
Like, unless you give them a championship, they don't have to be on TV every single week. And even then, like, they still wouldn't have to be on TV every single week because, I mean, look at the past 3 world champions. They were never on TV.
I guess it would depend on what.
Oh, damn.
And Piper Niven comes surging in.
Wait, did she? I couldn't tell if she missed or not. Maybe I'm faded.
Just about missing with that huge elbow drop and making up for it with a big headbutt.
Oh, and now she's in trouble as Vega is up. Able to counter to the DDT. Hits the DDT on Piper Niven.
It kind of looked like she missed.
Be the golden opportunity. Yes! Here she comes! Alexa Bliss!
Oh, God. Blew the roof off that joint.
Very little competition in the past couple of years, but looking razor sharp. Now she is in the fray of this one.
Is she ever? Full throttle against Chelsea Green. And now you understand why Green had that look on her face when she saw that the mystery teammate for Vega, as the blockbuster hits it into the cover, was Alexa Bliss. She's getting a big dose of it now.
Exactly the kind of competitor you do not want walking down the aisle as a mystery opponent. One of the most mystical and perplexing individuals in WWE history. But above all that, damn good and champion caliber.
Ran into an elbow. As Green climbs up top, salutes the crowd. But instead, she gets hung upside down. Bliss has her
Whoa.
On a drop kick right to the midsection. Alexa Bliss.
She's gotten better.
2 years away before her return.
Oh, yeah.
Royal Rumble.
Not that she was really ever bad, but I feel like her movements have a lot more purpose now. A lot more purpose.
And more fluidity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did their job perfectly there.
Oh, she's going for code red.
Yeah, too much too ask. We saw it several times. Oh, that'll help. Assisted by Alexa.
That was kind of nice. I ain't gonna lie. That was cool. That was kind of nice.
Off her feet.
That was great.
Oh.
Out to the floor.
Once again, Niven tried to ride that out, but the power was too much. And oh my God, here we go.
Unprettier opportunity. No! Countered! Countered! Sister Abigail DDT, yes! Alexa Bliss is back! Here are your winners. The Women's United States Champion, Zelina Vega and Alexa Bliss!
Yet another stunning return by Alexa Bliss that led to victory tonight alongside Zelina Vega. Go for that code red.
Not a bad tag team match. Not a bad tag team match at all.
No.
Alexa Bliss who connected with that Sister Abigail.
I'm trying to figure out in my mind. I swear every time she does that move, I feel like somebody else in the company has that as a move of sorts, and I can't for the life of me remember who the heck had it.
Who knows? But tonight, massive win for these two here in Ohio.
And what a reception for Vega and, of course, the home state hero, Alexa Bliss.
It's not coming to me, so.
Yeah, it'll probably come back. It'll probably hit me probably later. I don't know.
No.
Santos.
Ya te gané la semana pasada. I beat you last week. We don't have any conversation. It's over.
I know you beat me. You don't have to say it every time. I just have one thing to say. Una cosita, and I'll be out of here. Just one.
¿Qué quieres?
One?
Okay.
Te quieres.
Who said anything about a conversation?
Oh, damn. Damn.
Who embarrassed Santos Escobar in the ring last week. There's always a price to pay.
Keep walking. Hey, ¿qué pasó?
Andrade there to check on Rey Fenix.
I'm kind of interested to see what they're doing with that story now because I don't know what the main goal is anymore.
No.
Charlotte Flair. She's here in Ohio for the first time since her.
It seemed like there was tension amongst them, and they might split, and then
Charlotte Flair.
Now all of a sudden they're a unit.
Yeah. Also, I'm not gonna lie, Charlotte was looking kind of ripped just now. No cap. Went to go hit the gym. But yeah, it's like I genuinely like as far as like the whole like dissension amongst the group that would probably lead to Andrade like poaching Humberto from the group. I'm like that story was going at a pretty good rate, and I felt like that would have been really interesting to kind of split the team in half and kind of give a nice little tag dynamic. But I guess Phoenix getting there changed the dynamic to where now Legado is united against Phoenix, and now Andrade is helping. I don't know anymore. I genuinely don't know anymore.
I don't know.
Well, which is why I say them going to 2 hours. If this is what they write in 3 hours, I don't want to know what they writing in 2.
I mean, the hope would be like more cohesive. You know, some roster switches for more cohesiveness because they don't have to stretch to make things happen for 2 hours instead of 3.
I mean, I feel like the thing for them is like it ain't even about the roster really at this point. Some of the stories just don't make sense. Like at that point, like there was a time where at one point Raw had nobody really of note on their roster, and the story still made some sort of sense to where it's like, okay, this is exactly why they're doing something. We had like a month. It's like a month and a half of Legado having like inner beef. And then now they're jumping Phoenix. It's kind of crazy.
It was starting to make some sense, and then now this is kind of like what?
Yeah, it's like
unless it's a plan for Phoenix to feud with, Legado, but Legado is Andrade's baby and not Humberto's. I don't know.
I don't think Andrade. I don't think Andrade takes it from Santos. If anything, but even then, it's like even if you have Andrade join, what are they going to take over? There is no world championship.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like at that point, any payoff that they try to create or anything that they have is like, what's it going to center around? The U.S. championship? Because like like there's so many things that they just literally can't do because this man has 26 dates or whatever, 25. I don't know what the count is now, but it might be 26.
It's probably 12. I mean, I think tonight would probably be 25 now, and then tomorrow 24.
Yeah. So like at that point, it's like, as much as I want to be optimistic, it's like, dang, like there wouldn't even be a payoff in it being like, oh, Santos can go for the U.S. Championship, Andrade can go for the World Championship. Oh wait, the World Championship doesn't exist. Literally and figuratively. So it's like
and the US title picture is right now is basically, I mean, it's a good thing now, right this second, because it makes the belt a bigger deal than the U.S. title picture is all basically main event guys.
At 5 Eastern
so,
with countdown.
I mean, that's about the silver lining of it.
Backlash at 7 Eastern. Orton, Cena, Lyra, and Becky, Gunther, and Pat. We told you about the
that's what it should be like. Build up the women.
And then the post
for now, until Cena drops the belt, build up the women and use the U.S. title with the main event caliber guys to pop up the belt to make it mean something, and use that in the tag team division carry the show. Especially now with Fraxium, use it to carry the show. I would have no problem with the women getting some shine, main event guys for the U.S. title, and like good tag team wrestling, and that's like Friday. That's SmackDown's thing. Okay.
But I mean, realistically, all three of those things should be happening anyway. It shouldn't really take. It shouldn't have took Cena taking the belt and going away to make you remember, hey, we have women in a mid card and tag belts. It's like at that point, like those things should be normal.
In an actual tag division.
It isn't oozed confidence.
I mean, they've always, like, even before Fraxium, their tag team division was solid. They were just never on TV. And then once they were on TV, everybody was like, oh, like, these guys are actually talented. They need to be on there more.
But like, is it a real actual division? Like, 4 teams and one of them.
Definitely turned up the volume when it was out there with me.
I mean,
full-time tag team forever.
I mean, before Fraxium, I mean, they had like 5. Before Fraxium, they had 5, I think, for the most part.
Well, I guess you count Legato, but they kind of stopped doing that, so.
But realistically, they had 5, like, before that, but. And that's some old footage of Austin Theory. Jesus. I ain't seen that Austin Theory look in years.
Now, their last one-on-one match took place in 2017, and now we get this thriller tomorrow at Backlash. And here, on the night before they meet, we will hear from John Cena joining us live here in Vegas.
Get this, Joe Taz, because breaking, we just saw an attack behind the scenes. GM Aldis has moved real fast. Tonight, the attackers, Los Garza, will take on the cool as ice Andrade and the raging inferno that is Rey Fenix in tag action. Later tonight, right here on SmackDown.
Now, how many ways can this go? What happened?
All hail the queen.
Phoenix taking the beating because Andrade's with them. It's probably the most likely and least aggressive booking decision that they would make with this.
Not gonna lie, W fit. Can't even get mad at it. Can't even get mad. W fit.
No, I can't. It's definitely a look that works for her.
Now the question is, what is the plan? Because, I mean, obviously Jade Cargill and Nia Jax are having a number 1 contenders match. What is there really for her to sink her teeth into?
No clue.
Seen working hard in the gym. She's been making celebrity headlines by attending NBA playoff games, and now she's ready to reset her course with us.
Did not know she was at an NBA game.
No doubt one of the most polarizing competitors I have ever seen.
Or games, should I say? They said she's been in a couple, but.
Has rubbed some up the wrong way, but there is simply no denying that Charlotte Flair represents the pinnacle of the meritocracy in this industry. Without question, bell to bell.
I'm about to say something so out of pocket just now, but I'm not even gonna really say anything.
WrestleMania may have been a bump in the road.
What?
The greats will always bounce back.
Somebody held the rope open for her. Like, what am I missing?
No, not that. I was gonna say like she has her old face again, but I mean, since you asked.
Oh.
You know what? Here I am coming off the
At least it looks like it. It might not be exactly.
In WrestleMania history.
I was wondering, like, what did she do that was out of pocket? Like.
And I need.
No, I said I was taking something out of pocket, not her.
I was out for almost 2 years with a career-ending knee injury. And I took your champion to her absolute limit.
That's one way to look at it.
Check this out. Check this out. You see that? You see her, you see me. Now, does that look like someone that enjoyed her WrestleMania moment? I'll tell you what, I enjoyed my WrestleMania moment so much that I'm here to announce my path back to the WWE Women's Championship.
Okay, so we're just claiming things.
Why are you guys so disrespectful?
Nothing new, I guess. Okay.
No, seriously.
Okay, buddy.
You guys are so disrespectful to me. I am the GOAT of women's wrestling. No.
We're not doing this.
Greatest of all time.
We're not doing this. No, we're not doing this right now.
No. You see, if you continue to be this disrespectful, I'm going to leave here, Dayton, and I'm never going to come back.
I don't think Dayton would be mad if you did.
I'm giving you one more chance, Dayton.
I don't think anybody would be opposed to that.
There goes the one more chance.
Yeah, nice job, Dayton. You don't deserve the queen.
Oh, God.
He said she's never coming back. She's getting one more chance.
What the? Oh, never mind.
There is somebody coming to
Okay. Tight shit. Now, see, this is what you should have addressed. Wait, what the? Oh, that's a hat. I'm like, what the hell is that?
And how the reaction by the crowd changes all of a sudden.
Jade Cargill is in competition tonight, but the disrespect once again to Charlotte Flair.
A size-her-up moment between Jade and a very frustrated Charlotte Flair who feels extremely disrespected.
If anything, nah, I'm just glad we're actually getting the matches that people are expecting. Oh, wait, hold on.
Now, before you go, you had your chance. Now head to the back of the line.
Oh, the landscape
has
changed, and
short and sweet.
Charlotte's liking. And Jade not bashful about letting her know.
Well, the game moves fast here in WWE and moving fast into this #1 contenders match. Up next, Jade Cargill and Nia Jax.
What's up, WWE Universe? Guess what? SummerSlam.
Not really one of those things where, I mean, obviously the promo itself, I mean, what else is Charlotte going to do? Let's be honest here. I mean,
I have no clue. I have no clue.
Not like a question, but like, I mean, like in general, it's like literally her and Becky almost have like the same exact cycle. The only difference is Becky doesn't have a problem competing for titles that aren't main roster belts or like belts of note. Like, she'll wrestle for anything, really. And I feel like that's the only thing that I can kind of give her, like, you know, credit for, is that matches are matches to her, and I think she sees the bigger picture. Charlotte literally is, like, pretty much, I mean, pretty much what Rick did. I mean, Rick didn't start wrestling for really mid-card titles that I can remember, at least in my memory, until he was dang near 70. And all of a sudden, you know, the dude kind of started, you know, wrestling for titles that obviously he could probably win more than the World Championship. But
I mean, she should. It would elevate that belt at least, and it wouldn't be so egregious.
I mean, right now I feel like it's fine.
Especially if she actually put somebody over. I mean, I wouldn't care if she won it, but if it, like with what they're likely doing with Becky, I mean, Becky's probably going to win tomorrow, but inevitably she's going to put Lyra over as a big deal. Is Charlotte going to do the same? Would Charlotte do the same thing with somebody? And who?
That's the thing, though. The thing is, in this case, anybody who she could put over is already at a point to where they could be competing for a women's world championship, which in this case they actually are. So it's like it's hard to really say it, even in the case of like a Becky, where it's like at this point I remember seeing like something where they said like inevitably making stars. It's somewhat it's kind of a mix between okay, like these guys kind of have to not lose more so than just like the people that like they defeat or that say they get built up by. And with Lyra, I feel like it's one of those things where it's like realistically, if they want people to care about her, if she loses tomorrow, that's probably the least likely way to make people care about her. Because if they see her lose, she'll just be another female that lost to Becky. Because fans are very fickle. And right now, they don't like Becky. But if she was to win, they're probably still not going to like her. But they're also going to be like, well, now why do I have to care about Lyra?
Not this current iteration, no. But, like, is Becky going to lose and continue the feud? But that would probably mean inevitably Becky's going to win. Because I just don't see a Becky Lynch feuding with Lyra for, like, 3 or 4 months and not winning at all. Like that's just not realistic. It would shock me, and it would be really great if she did it because it would show the growth and show that she's at the point of her career where like she wants to do something like that. And if they're friends and she really wants Lyra to be like a big deal, she would do it. I just don't see it.
I mean, realistically, she's writing books and she has a child. I don't think at this point she wants the workload of another title reign again. If I realistically had to like be honest with the circumstances, more or less, it's not like she's in a Charlotte situation where like respectfully she has no obligations outside of the ring really that would preoccupy her. But in Becky's case, she has a lot of things to preoccupy her to where she can probably be in her giving. Same thing that Bayley's doing. Like if they're in a giving back state. Where obviously people want to see them win. Don't get me wrong, but they're at a point where they've done everything. They've literally done everything.
There is a route where tomorrow, for example,
I'm not walking out. I'm just
I didn't call it.
Don't even get to. You know what?
Wasn't my
I've done
official
more for this
prediction,
division. This is how you're treating me.
But be a leader then. Don't.
They could do something tomorrow where like
can't do this.
A pissed off Bayley
Take me to the airport.
Interferes because Becky's cheating or doing whatever the hell it is she's doing. Like Bayley shows up and Lyra wins, and then Becky kind of shifts into a Bayley that's not about the fight.
With Flair as we get ready for our #1 contenders match of dueling power, size, and strength. A battle to decide who gets time.
What does Alexa want with Charlotte? I'm so confused.
Backlash is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm. Injured? Go to forthepeople.com.
Please, God, no. Don't do it. Please don't do it.
So now when we talk about the GOAT, like, now this is one that's a contention. To be completely honest.
Making her way to the ring from San Diego, California, Nia.
I really hope we're not setting up a Charlotte Alexa thing.
In that the women's division is just more dynamic, more intriguing.
I mean, if they've never had a match before, I'd probably want to see it.
We found out how
or ones that are ones that are good. So I feel like they've had matches in the past, but I don't know if they were good or not.
Yeah, suspiciously quiet.
I mean, fair, but like.
Some time until that big return, making it clear 2 weeks ago.
I mean, I guess if it's like an even type of a feud.
That this lady took from her back in January.
So just as they're ready to begin our #1 contenders match, the champ arrives.
Oh, Tiffany got new lighting. That was cool.
A close-up look at her soon-to-be challenger.
I was gonna say at first when the music hit and like the silhouette, I was like, why is she in her gear? But
whichever woman she will be facing next in defense of that championship. However, that really has taken the attention of both of the competitors, probably more so Nia Jax, who is the former mentor of Tiffany Stratton and is desperate to get her hands on the champ once again.
So here we go. WWE Women's Championship #1 contenders match between Jade Cargill and Nia Jax.
Look, you wanted to pause that.
Has made her way ringside.
But yeah, we'll contend this match. Let's see what goes on here. Jade and Nia Jax.
Rodriguez might argue with me on that one. Surely a powerhouse battle on deck for us tonight.
Oh, this second match. So I remember they fought during I think it was like the Queen of the Ring crowning. They had a match, but I think Jay got DQ'd or something like that. That was the last time I can recall them being in a match, a singles match at least.
Too big and strong, but even Jade Cargill,
to my knowledge.
and that's always been Jade Cargill's biggest advantage, is that power game that she can dominate other superstars with. It's going to be a different story now with Jax. What else have you got?
Well, that's a good example, Wade.
Oh,
as you see it somewhat neutralized.
Definitely gives Jade a lot of.
Size and
I'm weak. Definitely gives Jade a lot more of an opportunity to have that more athletic style in this match for sure.
We are going to see just how much Jade Cargill has stepped it up
against Nia
in the singles games in recent weeks. Of course, with that victory at WrestleMania over Naomi, has grown.
Who can't wrestle? Yo, Dayton, you about to piss me off. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off.
Flying shoulder tackle. Getting the best of it is Jade Cargill.
Seems that Tiffany Stratton is in full support.
Oh, hey, Dayton. Right now, come on now. You don't live that far away. Don't piss off the Nia fan.
You saw Jade trying to get up Nia, but instead it's Nia.
You'll never go to your city.
And I've never been to that city. I will never go to that city.
I said you'll never go to that city if you do that.
Shit, never went, never been, never thought about it, never considered, never been asked, never, nothing.
This Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming.
They getting out of body. See, like, see what.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but they keep that up, you never will.
Oh no, trust me, there was no plans. My soulmate could live in Dayton, and I wouldn't give a damn.
Wow.
They could say, yo, walk to Dayton right now for $1 million. I'd be like, dang, like you could give me half of that, and I'll stop at Canton. Like I'm not going to Dayton at all.
Bro, I live in Florida. If someone told me to walk to Dayton for $1 million, I'd be on it right now.
Yeah, I take half, and I'll stop at what's the other one?
You should stop at the border.
I stop in Cleveland. Or I probably go. I think Dayton's past Cleveland, but it's like I'd go to Cleveland.
Could you at least walk to the city limits and stop?
What, like the sign that says "Welcome to Dayton"?
Yeah.
That's like the minimum I'd probably go. But overall, I don't know. It's like a Midwest thing though, because they always say, oh, like we don't want to go to Michigan, even though like literally if you drive long enough you'll end up like going both ways. If you drive long enough you'll end up in Michigan if you're driving through Ohio, and then if you like, because I've been to like probably certain parts of Ohio for field trips that I didn't think about until like I grew up, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm in Ohio, and it's like, oh, that makes sense.
Isn't there, oh God, what's the interstate? Isn't there the interstate that basically runs from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast? And you could literally drive through Michigan, Ohio, all that, Indiana, all that, basically on that highway all the way to like Seattle. Since you mentioned like Seattle is a possible future home.
There might be. All I know about it is like there's like a bridge for Canada, but I don't think I've known like the bridge that connects to the other side of the West. I would be surprised if there is.
I think there's a highway that actually connects East Coast to West Coast, or at least into Washington State. I thought I saw something where there was like there's a interstate that took forever to build, but I think you could go if you were on the east coast of the U.S. Literally get on that interstate and just literally drive all the way to Seattle, straight. You could veer off whenever you wanted, but you could go basically straight.
Yeah. There probably is one. At least not that I can remember.
I would think so.
I know it's one for Canada for sure, because I've seen that at least once or twice, outside of the border and everything. But oh wow, somebody took a picture of that old man when Alexa Bliss returned. That's hilarious. That is a memeable picture, though. To be honest, that's a memeable picture.
Match, but this is critical. It's the #1 contenders match to see who will face Tiffany Stratton, and a great counter by Jade, and then just able to get on the way as Tiffany Stratton, the women's champion, looks on ringside.
Stratton's tasted that move before from Nia Jax and knows full well had that connected, it could have been good night. Jade Cargill, but just about getting out of trouble.
Hey, yo, dude! Big Samoan drop.
Jade delivers it.
Well, I've talked a lot of smack about the power disparity between these two, but I'm being made to eat my words now. Jade Cargill fighting through the pain, powering up Jax with a Samoan drop of her own, and here's that movement we've been talking about. But so easily taking the sting out of it is the powerhouse Jax.
And Nia now going for the suplex as she has her lined up as Jade. She denies it.
Wow.
And hits a suplex of her own.
And this is where Nia Jax starts falling apart at the seams. Jax historically has not done well when someone's able to fight fire with fire like Jade Cargill is doing now.
All right, Wade, don't wait. Wade, you're gonna wait. Don't make this man catch a case.
I mean, that's reality. I'm not mad. I'm mad about Wade. Wade doing his job. That's reality. I mean, she lost to Rhea. I'm not delusional now.
The way he worded it was like, oh no.
Oh no, I'm not delusional now. I mean, that's historically factual. It's only been 2 women, I think, period, that have lifted her at all. So I mean, that's feasible.
I just don't want Wade to end up in Heyman territory.
She will be facing next for that goal.
I know, like, Wade Barrett has always been liked in my household, to be honest.
And Nia into the cover.
Little payback from the powerbomb that Jade Cargill hit Nia Jax with last week.
Wade Barrett would have to do some crazy things for me to have him in Heyman territory.
The gears like she didn't think she would have to several minutes ago.
That exclusive club.
Realistically, yeah. Like, that's like a very... It's like Heyman, and then it's like a drastic gap between who could potentially be the next person to get that same, like... that same distance, more or less.
Who's the closest to it?
Jade gets up, and is she serious?
Probably Charlotte, if I'm being honest. Even though I've met her, which means, I mean, like, she's a great person and all, but... This is a kayfabe meter right now. I feel like that's a fair assessment to have.
Jade, with rallying support from a massive crowd here in Dayton, Ohio.
Absolutely pancaked on
Waiting for the inevitable Naomi.
Strong splash, Jade for #1
Yo, Loki Jade, Loki unlocking a new move every week. That's actually not
I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, but it's not surprising. But it's like it's always just kind of interesting to see how they kind of they're taking off the training wheels more and more with each appearance, which is not a bad idea.
Nope.
Jade can't believe that didn't do it for that sensational frog splash.
I mean, she's not the tiniest woman, and that's not an insult at all. I mean, have her do a frog splash is like, okay.
By Nia Jax, who comes in with a big
Oh
squash
damn,
in the
big splash.
Part of the problem with relative inexperience compared to Jax. Oh well.
Oh. Bro kick. I don't get that.
And again, Nia survives.
I mean, technically.
Might as well be. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell? What the hell, bro? What did she do to you? Damn!
Naomi wants the title.
Jade says there's Naomi. You know what? Oh, and Nia takes advantage as Jade, who was seemingly in control.
Oh, damn.
Distracted, abandoned Nia.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie.
Pursuit of the #1 contender.
She's not gonna win.
So much bad blood between Naomi and
Shit.
Is Jade gonna lose clean?
Shit. That's not clean. That's a distraction.
Wow.
I mean, I got what I wanted, but I mean, Tiffany getting beat up on the outside kind of crazy. I don't like that part. I don't like that at all.
I expected Naomi to have a hand in it, but I figured she'd do something to Jade to like, or you know, push Nia or something like just for whatever to get DQ so Nia wins the match.
The champ had been taken out, but that was all that Nia Jax needed.
I'm really interested to see what this Naomi thing is.
If you told me 6 months ago that Jade would have been pinned twice on TV, by now I would be like, nah, beat that.
I mean, that's the thing though. I mean, like, it's best to kind of get it out the way now that like she's not like this impenetrable wall. And but realistically, she's her only losses are to world champions, so it's not like she's losing to like Alba Fire or something. With all due respect, like she's losing to women that literally have had reigns within the last year of holding the women's world championship. So these are reputable losses she's taken. So. Nah, until she loses to like Kiara James, then we got this conversation.
And I mean, in that TLC match y'all had was nothing less than fabulous.
Thank you.
Dogs, we had Tez out there doing his thing. Y'all look good.
Ladies, you guys never lie. But you know what? We heard y'all last week. Y'all put y'all foot down. Y'all put everybody on notice. So tonight, right now, heard or not, we're about to do the same thing. Let's go, man.
Tell him. Okay, yeah.
Tables were smashed.
Oh, damn.
Climb. Prosthetic legs weaponized.
No, why they leave me chin hanging like that? That's fucked up.
It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing
Finally. You know what I wouldn't hate though?
It's a madhouse. I got blood for the game.
I need to get this game.
If they really want to do something with like,
oh what?
If they really want to do something with like, if they really want to do something with a women's team, pair them up with, put them with the Profits.
B-Fab was already with the Profits.
Sort of like the female. Huh?
B-Fab was with the Profits before she started teaming with Michin. She was their manager for like a year and a half.
Yeah, but I mean literally, like make them like the female Street Profits.
Nah.
All together. I wouldn't hate it.
I mean, at that point, it'd just be like, I don't know. I feel like that'd just be gimmick infringement. Not gimmick infringement, but like, I don't know. Because, I mean, realistically, it's like, that type of, I guess, image, it would be very hard to replicate unless you put, like, Lash Legend on the team or something. Like, and even then, you very much still have I'd probably see that if they had kept Jakara and Lash as a tag team before I look at Michin and B-Fab. Wait, what was I looking at? Did it just refresh on my... What the heck?
It happened to me like 20 minutes ago. Well, the video page didn't, but like my SmackDown stream did. And my screen went black for like 5 seconds.
Oh, not that. I was on Twitter and I forgot what I was looking at, but I just lost it, and I'm upset. Wait, what's Tiffany's beef with Joe Goldberg? See, that's why I hate when they take interview snippets and just post them with no context. Like, you just randomly posted, like, Tiffany Stratton talking about Joe Goldberg, and I know he's from the U show, but it's like, what? You can't just throw that up there with no context. That's nutty. It's insane, even. But I mean, outside of a few things, I will say that like SmackDown hasn't been too bad so far. Outside of a couple of things that I mean, eventually, like obviously, I'm hoping that they make that tag team match make sense, because if like at least from like what I remembered, and obviously this could just be falling for bait, if you will, but just from like the last couple of months, it wouldn't make any sense for it to just automatically flip. So I mean, aside from that, I mean, if they make that line up, then I mean, by all means, this show is actually they've bamboozled me, and they've made a show that actually isn't bad with a night away from Backlash.
Trust me, it's definitely better than last week.
Oh my bad, I just seen a brisket on my screen. That brisket was looking crazy, no cap. You know what I thought about? You ever notice how like some people go to events and it's like people might be returning or whatever, and like there's people in the crowd with signs for them or like dressed like the person who returned. Are these guys plants or am I overthinking it? Because there's no way you just made the sign for this person like you just knew they were gonna be here.
No, but I would be willing to guess that like somebody who maybe like gets tickets like closer to the event, like if the tickets sell like months in advance, but somebody in the last few weeks buys a ticket, they're probably it's probably like they know that, oh, if you buy a ticket, so and so is going to return, so like they probably on the DL probably say that.
Two Irish women.
It could be. But like Mouth and Gate guy was like one of those fucking demons from the movie Legion. Like that shit was almost.
That's insanity.
The 7-time world champ, the man, Becky Lynch.
Yeah, Becky Lynch.
Motherfucker has like a predator mouth almost. Like, yo, dude, chill.
Yeah, you said he got a mouth inside his shit.
I get it, like Alexa Bliss, but even I don't do that.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Damn. Yeah. Okay. Damn. I'm sorry, this scene, I low-key didn't like it at first, but it's kind of growing on me.
Yeah.
Little by little. It is interesting how they're selling it though, because it's technically been 2 weeks since that match. But I mean, they did do a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised.
To the floor and wiping out everybody. That title defense by the Street Profits. That TLC match.
100 Street Profits versus 1 Gorilla.
Same breath with the Dudley Boys, the Hardys. It was
Hey, who you got in that though? You got the Street Profits or you got the Gorilla?
I'll take the Profits. Even though I don't know that there seemed like a hint of racism in there, and I don't want to touch that shit. But
where would the racism be? They said it. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but like, why is it gotta be?
As he was inducted.
No, it looks like it's trending. Like you haven't seen the post about the 100 men versus 1 Gorilla?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's basically just trending. Like I don't think they meant like anything underlying. It's like 100 of them versus 1 Gorilla.
Oh, Dayton!
Hold on. Who they?
Okay.
Yeah, they ain't in Cincinnati. I ain't gonna.
O-H-I?
See, that worked.
Know what I'm saying? But anyways, cut that noise. All right? Cut the noise. I mean, unless you've been living under a rock for the last 2 weeks, the Street Profits been the talk of the town, right?
Tight shit.
I mean, think about it. We put on arguably the greatest, we did put on the greatest TLC match of all time.
It's up there.
Right. The Gorilla
It's up
fears
there.
us.
It's up there.
But you know what? With that being said, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the passion, hell, we even used a prosthetic leg. I guess you could say we got a leg up on the competition.
Yes, sir.
Tight shit.
We a leg ahead. Press and peg. Kathy and Meg. But with that being said, what happened is what always will happen, and that's the Street Profits came out on top. Get used to it.
Hey, yes, sir.
You gotta be kidding me.
Don't waste any time.
I'll get used to these guys around SmackDown. The new arrivals, Fraxium.
Hey, I sincerely apologize for the interruption, seriously. But damn, it feels good to be here on Friday Night SmackDown.
I mean,
Okay, Fraser.
I mean, look at us, amigo. We're rubbing shoulders with the WWE Tag Team Champions. The Street Profits, quite possibly the best tag team in the frickin' game right now.
Gosh, they're smart.
I mean, I'm not gonna
But,
answer
hey.
that.
Do you remember what Shawn Michaels told us when we left NXT?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, he gave us one direct command, and that is, when we see an opportunity, we go ahead and we take it.
And listen, you guys are amazing. Truly, we think you are the best of the best, and we mean no disrespect, but we saw you out here and thought, man, those titles, they will look great on Fraxium.
Okay.
Oh, hold up. Y'all won only 2 matches. I mean, that was impressive. I'll give you that. But y'all think y'all deserve a title shot against us?
I mean, they were one of the longest reigning NXT Tag Team Champions.
What?
We can't dispute that either.
Are you serious? After 3 weeks?
Yeah.
You want a title shot? Against the Street Profits? Who last week put on the Classic?
Whoa, gentlemen, please, let me interrupt for a second. Mr. Ford, they are in the ring with the Street Profits, and I gotta say, I like what I'm seeing. And you're right, they are new here, and they haven't proven themselves worthy of a title shot yet. But they've been extremely impressive, and we're in the heartland of America, Dayton, Ohio. The land of opportunity. And Dayton, I can't think of a better opportunity for Fraxium to prove themselves than to face the Street Profits right now.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
The Profits aren't even
Let's
out
go.
there.
Yeah, but how much do you love all this? He just serves the fans. I mean, getting right to a red-hot Fraxium in a spot like this. They've won 2 straight in 2 weeks against now the toughened-up veterans, the Profits.
Look at the ribs.
Look at the ribs. Okay, maybe make me something that.
Look at the ribs.
Quickly. Buffalo ham. Got some time in between.
Look at the ribs. So we're gonna waste a Cena appearance. Okay.
Showed up on the scene on SmackDown a couple weeks ago, came up with an impressive victory against Los Garza, then a week ago, coming up and defeating Pretty Deadly. So far in this one, the Street Profits have not looked like the same team.
Why is myself muted? That's odd.
Oh, and Big Dog is coming our way. Man,
oh, damn.
Well, perhaps Nathan Fraser might need some of those bandages after this match. That was a heavy hit straight into our announce table. Although it may have taken something out of Dawkins in the process.
I'm definitely gonna have to go back and look at this. But
his partner.
I feel like this is a good match from what I did not see.
Of Nathan Fraser did catch the corner
You've
of
missed
our
like
table on that
20
one,
seconds.
Fighting on.
You didn't really miss much of anything.
They're
going through the match like,
in
you know,
recent months, and
Profits are
the
injured,
two-time
selling the
NXT
injuries.
champions having to deal with
Not
that.
moving at such a quick pace. You missed maybe like 20 seconds.
Tez
Nothing of note.
coming over there, but look at even when he puts forth any of his great offensive assault, immediately reaching for those ribs, Wade.
And that's part of the problem. You hit some of your bigger moves. You want to be able to follow them up rapidly, stack some offense, and I don't know if the Profits are able to do that.
Yeah, you see the pause before he goes into the cover. Tez greatly affected after he was just a high flyer constantly in that TLC title defense 2 weeks ago.
If you think about what has really made the difference to the Street Profits on this current run that they're on, that has taken them all the way to the gold, it's the fact that they are bigger, stronger, and more powerful.
Great teamwork into the cover, but able to get that shoulder up was Nathan Fraser.
Than ever before. They're not really able to use that power and strength advantage because of their current physical state.
And Dawkins coming into that corner.
I mean, the Profits can't get out of second gear. That's their big issue here. What an opportunity that has fallen into the laps of Fraxium here. They called their shot, they got it granted. And if they can make this count, it will really shake up the tag division.
Can only imagine the reaction from the rest of the tag division. So many top contenders.
Oh yeah, during the commercial, they confirmed Saturday Night's main event in 2 weeks.
Hits the scene and starts getting
Oh, he's
momentum
talking about the thing
like
with like Battleground and Tampa and all the other shows.
Axiom and Nathan Fraser.
No, Saturday Night's main event.
Into this gear. Look at the
No, that I'm saying like it was listed with like 4 other shows.
Fraxium.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks from tomorrow, and Cena's going to be there.
Fraxium flying, Dawkins into the barrier, and here goes Fraser Wade.
Oh snap!
The sound barrier is Fraser and Axiom against the tag champs. Looking in full control.
Vodka soda with Wheatley. This song right here is for the red, white, and blue. You got good taste.
Why there's only like so many things that are good with picture-in-picture?
The watch in Moscow always get the mule. Vodka this good is an American jewel.
That's true. I mean, at least we're getting Disney.
So pour a glass on the porch, get a little tanner, let your taste buds sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Wheatley, so good I drink it neatly. Wheatley, American vodka.
You can really taste the hickory on this RB 6 hours.
You know, like Raw can do it once in a
I
while.
always thought your best quality was your flavor palette.
Well, you know,
I mean,
think I'm funny.
I mean, Raw commercials aren't as.
It's your palette.
They're not as repetitive as these.
We have the meat.
Ethan.
Or at least if Raw is repetitive, realistically, they're like.
Should you choose to accept?
Things at least relating to what they do. These are like, oh,
back from the brink.
movies, Arby's.
Wow.
People on every side.
That's cable TV.
Panicking.
So.
Yeah, okay, like that point, like I will take Netflix commercials every day of the week over Liberty Mutual and Arby's smoked brisket sandwiches.
The final reckoning in theaters May 23rd.
I don't know, a smoked brisket sandwich sounds pretty good.
Where since the dawn of magic, we've
Not gonna
baked
lie.
EL fudge cookies deliciously designed. Well, fudge on
I can't promote a place that say they got the meats. That's kind of crazy.
Introducing our new EL fudge choco vanilla cookie.
Meet the IHOP House
Given how much
value menu.
Booker T is,
Everything's
I
just
mean,
$6.
it fits.
Like the breakfast faves combo.
I mean,
French
having
toast
the
breakfast,
meats and then.
$6 for
Actually, I
all
can't
this
even say that because
and
that
all
sounds crazy with no
That's a lot of
context.
breakfast
But
for
I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's layers
Weekdays
to it,
at
I guess.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, she came out fighting. 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on, 5 different medications. Me and the pharmacist got
if
so
Barbie was
tight.
smart, they
She
could
said,
have
"Go to
Booker
RX
T
and save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300
Oh,
a month.
hell
And then
no.
you do the math. The money we're able to save with using GoodRx, we're able to do all these
Because
extra
RBB
activities. She
serving
can get
drinks
hard, too,
is
for a
like.
skinny thing.
That's like a lot. They make
So it
sandwiches,
puts
so at
less
that point
stress
it's
on our
like
household,
they're
and
not
it
even
puts
serving
less
just
stress on our
meat
pockets.
for real. They giving meat and cheese.
Yeah, but their tagline is literally we've got the meats. Or we have the meats.
bites around the crust.
Yeah, but
every single
Booker T be taking the bread away.
The cheesy bites
No bread, no water. They give drinks and bread. Like that way, hey.
Yeah.
looking like they cooking in this little picture-in-picture though. Not that I'm surprised.
Oh yeah.
This is Arby's tender 13-hour smoked.
Look at this, like this is what I'm talking about. Arby's commercial came on 2 seconds after this started, and here's another one.
Smoked brisket in a Cedric.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Oh yeah, it's because those two have sauces.
Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi is
at Arby's apparently, or they're selling sauces now, and Arby's is using them.
Yeah.
The Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity.
Wi-Fi is booming. All right, we back.
Crowd here in Dayton, Ohio is loving it. The This Is Awesome chant has gone up a few times with the action we're seeing with the upstarts Fraxium against the tag team world champions, the Street Profits.
Nathan Fraser coming close to putting this one away for good with that Phoenix splash attempt. Somehow, Dawkins with enough in the tank to get out of the way and try and tag in Montez Ford, who, I won't use the word fresh, he's clearly anything but he's certainly fresher.
Yeah. Oh.
You can see that bandage around the midsection.
Boy, laying them hands out.
From the TLC title defense. But Tez, he is such a competitor.
Inside out with the lariat.
Himself that those ribs are not hurting, but it's something that cannot be denied.
Back suplex.
Even by the great Montez.
That's a great example. As he sprung up and immediately had a reach for his ribs.
Mind over matter for the clearly damaged Street Profits.
Wow, standing moonsault into the cover. The ribs are clearly an issue, a major issue for Tez, and he's giving everything he can in spite of it.
The Street Profits are proud champions. You see Tez going all out.
Morgan.
This one away. The Street Profits were never going to allow the newcomers in the locker room to step to them and get away with it without consequences.
I like the psychology though.
But it is so difficult when you're as damaged physically as the Profits are.
Oh, Fraser, quick into the cover. Tez kicks out. Big kick from Tez.
Gallant effort it has been thus far from the Street Profits. Look like they're running in quicksand at times.
Oh, good kick.
Fraser and Axiom, 2 straight wins since arriving at SmackDown. Golden opportunity in front of them right here. Nathan Fraser trying to line up that superplex.
That looks like a bit of inexperience there from Nathan Fraser.
Oh, wow.
Be the most powerful man in a fight with the Street Profits, but trying again.
Oh, Dawkins just tagged
wait a
himself
minute.
in. Dawkins tagged himself in, and now he's got him in that electric chair position, and you know what they like to do with this.
Oh.
Super Doomsday Blockbuster
for the win.
Damn. It's like he headbutted him to break that up.
Axiom comes flying in.
Well, that was the biggest hitter that the Street Profits had.
He definitely did.
And Axiom was equal there to it with that emergency breakup just in the nick of time.
Crowd is loving it.
Dayton, Ohio getting an unexpected treat. But I promise you, the Street Profits just want this one over. They want to get back to the locker room, get some treatment, but first they need the dub.
Oh, he went for the floor.
Right to the stomach.
Instead, he gets kicked right in the ribs, and Dawkins delivers.
This one's completely
one leg at that.
And at this point, you'd normally back the Street Profits every time, but that pace.
Oh, damn.
Instead of the suicide dive out to our table, he eats a right hand.
Like Sonny Liston, straight to the jaw. Fraser went down, but he's back.
And now, Fraxium. Doubling up against Big Dog. Angelo Dawkins up on top.
Oh, wait a minute.
2-on-1 at this point. Montez Ford is down, looks out.
Oh, that's a Spanish fly. The combo move of Fraser and Axiom. The Phoenix Splash. This could be over right now.
Oh, yeah. That was hard. That was hard.
Oh shit, Tez.
Bro did a catapulted back elbow. Corkscrew back elbow.
The Phoenix Splash
See, this is what I'm saying. This is shit that carries the show. With no champion.
Tez is wild, isn't he?
I ain't gonna. I'm gonna keep it 1,000. They should have been on the show with the belt when Cody was there. But it's good to getting it now. But it's like overall, it's like you got if these guys are just waiting in the damn, that's a good ass kick. If guys are just waiting in the wings to put on good matches, and they chose to not put them on until they had to, that's kind of...
Yeah, well, I agree. Yeah, it's shitty booking.
I can only get him so much credit. I'll probably put it like that. Oh.
Well, I'm not necessarily giving them all the credit because they missed the opportunity, but if they were still doing the same shit now...
What the fuck was that? The hell was that? That was the most aggressive total elimination I've ever seen in my goddamn life. What the fuck was that? Like, if that's total elimination, and if that's a finishing move that they're adding to the vault, I fuck with it.
Yeah.
As you will ever see, but tonight it simply was not enough. This has shaken up the entire tag division here on SmackDown. Fraxium are for real. This was the moment we thought they'd put it away with that Spanish Fly Phoenix Splash combination. But here is where it all went completely south for good for the Street Profits. The missed splash from the heavens, followed by this. I'll let you say it again. I'm not even...
Oh, it's just awesome. The Catapulta Infernal.
The Catapulta Infernal? When the hell was this move invented?
So now they're in position for a title shot.
I don't know, but I'm glad it was.
What a start to their SmackDown run.
But I mean, hey, 3 in a row, and you beat the tag team champions the 3rd week after? Can't get mad about that. That's how you, realistically, this is how you build a tag team. This is something that they haven't really been able to do with the other teams because they've been there a lot longer. So, why not do it with, realistically, the hottest tag team in the company right now? To be completely honest.
Has anyone seen Naomi?
Oh, snap.
Aw, Tiff. It's not easy being champ now, is it? I see that you made some enemies. But instead of you worrying about Naomi, why don't you worry about me? Because I just beat Jade Cargill to become the #1 contender to take back what is rightfully mine.
That's fine, because once I beat you, I'll make sure that there's a spot for you at the loser's table. Right next to Charlotte Flair. Toodles!
Oh, wow.
That's your #1 status tonight. Of course, tomorrow is Backlash. Our colleague Pat McAfee is going to be in action. He's the feature, by the way.
I'm not sure about the Toodles thing.
It's available on ESPN Plus. But I know you agree with me that sitting at this desk is an honor, and it's also a brotherhood. And tomorrow, one of our broadcast brothers will be in action.
I mean, they've stripped her of everything at this point. They can't have everybody be
himself as loyal, as selfless, a partner and friend. And because of that, and the recent actions, now he's in there against Gunther. Reached out to Pat. We've been checking in on him.
The legacy of this great sport and the World Heavyweight Championship belong to me. This particular WrestleMania will be one that Jey Uso will remember for the rest of his life. Jey Uso's world champion, Gunther, tapped out. You did it, Jey. Gunther tapped out.
Okay, now it makes more sense when you play. I guess when they're playing it back realistically, they're like standing on the table and eating. I feel like that might have it adds more layers to the situation.
I mean, they do that all the time.
not like saying it a new way, but I'm saying it makes more sense for Gunther to come out and be like, okay, now I'm gonna beat the shit out of them because they've been doing this the entirety of the road to WrestleMania, seemingly being unbiased. If I had to play devil's advocate in this situation. Or more or less that they're cool with Jay, which means that obviously Gunther still wants his World Championship back, and that's the easiest way to get more heat by going after the commentary team, more or less. Bro really choked the shit out of Pat, though.
Gunther has been fined an undisclosed amount and suspended indefinitely.
I think there's a lot of people that have forgotten who the hell I am. You must ride for those that ride for you. You're either with me or against me. You got a problem with Cole, you got a problem with me, Gunther. I want to fight Gunther ASAP.
We can lift the suspension on Gunther in a sanctioned contest at Backlash.
Deal. I'm going to show up more focused than ever before. I'm going to maul you. I'm going to grab you by the hair and drive it into this mat. You've gotten jaded. You've gotten too damn comfortable. It happened with Sami Zayn. It happened with Jey Uso. And on Saturday, you're going to underestimate me. And I'm going to prove to you and all these people that this version of Gunther is soft. Only the grace of God can lift my arms off your throat.
That should be a good
Most
match.
dangerous challenge of Pat
That should be
McAfee's
really, really
career.
good.
He just reached out to us just within minutes. He said, I understand he's younger, he's bigger than me, I understand he's in his prime, I understand he was a world champion a few weeks ago, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do for the good of society. This is Pat McAfee saying, since the beginning of time, there's been a necessity of people standing up for what's right, and tomorrow, I fight for all of us, and whatever happens, happens. Pat McAfee, tomorrow, against Gunther, Backlash, streaming on Peacock.
Was all about getting film on Aleister Black. And if you watch that film, then you would have learned a lot of counter moves to everything that he's doing. If you would have studied that film, you would have learned that during my match, you were out of position. But that's okay.
Oh, wow.
Because I'm going to show you exactly where you need to be to get the job done. Watch me out there. Because tonight is all about you. It's all about showing everyone that you are the 10th wonder of the world. In front of me, in front of you, in front of Dre, in front of the entire WWE universe. You are going to run the play exactly as I designed it, and you're not going to miss. Because Mello don't miss. And we are us! Him! Who's him?
I am.
Who's him?
I am.
Who's him?
I am.
Let's go! Let's go!
They really did an NBA like pep
So now
talk.
we moved on to Awesome. That 10-pound massive gold Andre
That
the Giant
NBA
laid out.
pep talk.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first, accompanied by The Miz from Boston, Massachusetts, weighing in at
I'm not mad at this pairing though. The more I see this pairing, the more I feel like it does make sense.
the winner of the 2025 Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal,
I don't know that that giant head around his neck does much to mitigate the ego of Carmelo Hayes. Calls it Dre. But he's up next. Aleister Black, Carmelo Hayes as we move ahead on this exciting night of SmackDown.
I'll be back, chat.
Get that money, then I disappear. Gone, then I'm gone. Get that money, then I disappear. Then I'm gone, then I'm gone, ay. Then I'm gone, ay. Then I'm gone, ay.
We'll need a code name for you.
I am back, Chad.
He's an exceptional assassin.
There's no record of him anywhere.
If I'm not where they tell me to be, then someone dies.
We have very little time.
I like to win.
So do I. Day of the Jackal, May 18th on USA.
Arby's new hickory smoked barbecue and our sweet and spicy AC barbecue sauces go together like best friends.
Oh, couldn't agree more.
Kind of like how I'm Anthony's best friend.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Okay, go spill the tea.
Pecan.
Confused? Maybe you just need a Snickers pecan.
Did you know that Gain Super Flings were created by award-winning perfumers and scientists? They supersized the fling and filled it with concentrated detergent. Then added 3 times the Febreze freshness and 4 times the Oxy cleaning power. No wonder I'm obsessed. Try Gain Super Flings.
We asked people who said they've had Domino's stuffed crust pizza before to compare it to our new stuffed crust.
That's better than the one they have currently.
Only Domino's has never had stuffed crust before.
Are you serious?
Until now. Introducing Domino's new and first ever stuffed crust pizza. Try one for the first time tonight.
This is phenomenal.
This is Arby's tender 13-hour smoked brisket in a smoker. This is Arby's tender 13-hour smoked brisket in a sandwich. This is Arby's tender 13-hour smoked brisket in a Cedric.
Arby's, we have the meats.
These dishes just aren't getting clean.
Problem isn't your machine. It's likely your detergent. I recommend switching to Cascade Platinum Plus. These new pods have the grease-fighting power of Dawn, easily removing up to 100% of tough stuck-on foods. Cascade Platinum Plus.
Treat yourself to rich Ghirardelli chocolate and luscious caramel. Experience Ghirardelli caramel squares in a bag and a bar. Makes life a bite better.
With Self, you're in control of your credit building journey. Set your own starting credit limit as low as $100 with your matching security deposit and get going. As you use your card and make on-time payments, you can build your credit one step at a time. Visit Self to apply.
Dangerous ladders, gutter muck. Ugh, no wonder you hate cleaning your gutters. Good thing there's Leaf Filter. Our patented filter technology keeps leaves and debris out of your gutters forever. Guaranteed. Call 833-LEAF Filter to get started and get the permanent gutter solution that ends clogs for good.
They took the time to answer all of our questions. They really put us at ease.
End clogged gutters for good. Call 833-LEAF Filter or visit leaffilter.com today.
Nobody would live in a place like this unless they have something to hide. I'm not an alien, but I hear they're pretty cool.
Watch Resident Alien from the beginning, next after SmackDown on USA.
My dad got excited and tried to jump the barricade at WrestleMania.
And did security take him down?
They almost did.
Oh no! What did your mom say when you told her about WWE? It seemed like, oh yeah, all the pieces aligned.
Not at first.
No, she wasn't excited.
The only thing I'm worried about is my entrance piece. I think I went overboard. It's so stiff in the front. I don't know if I can do like the braid flip. Hopefully it works out.
Bianca's dad nearly jumping the barriers all-timer. That's What's Your Story, Steph McMahon's podcast with Bianca Belair. She got really emotional about her journey being discovered by WWE, went into detail about her great career. You can listen to that podcast on all audio platforms as well as on YouTube. Mello Hayes, winner of the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. Now locked in for the task at hand.
Who's him?
God, there's 2 matches.
Who's him? Let's go.
Why is my YouTube check being disconnected? I'm gonna just look at this. I don't know what.
Oh, I think we're doing good to hit the light goal, at least.
Wait, what are we at?
I think we're 6. I don't know if that's like current, but 6.
Hey, low-key, the hoodie kind of hard, though. The hoodie kind of hard. Or, like, the hooded, long sleeve joint. Got the, kind of got some Tommy End vibes. A little bit of a throwback.
Guy who said earlier tonight, I'm more than just good versus evil. Aleister Black.
I'll tell you right now, Joe, I'm not going to pretend I understand this personality of Aleister Black, but I do understand how effective it can be.
Oh, man.
Opponents down. Black uses
I wonder how this is gonna go, because this is a very much clash of styles. Not even just from a character standpoint, just in general. Like they're just like vastly different competitors.
Earlier tonight, Wade saying I confront you mentally and physically. Talking about for his opponent, to your point, how they are impacted by that and facing both of those styles of pain.
Always confident, always cocky. Carmelo Hayes suddenly looked rather apprehensive when stood toe-to-toe with Aleister Black.
Aleister Black, who last week defeated The Miz. It's his second straight match on SmackDown after his return.
How devastatingly effective that black mass kick of Aleister Black's is, but indeed the entire Muay Thai offense of this man that most professional wrestlers never get trained in, and more importantly, they never get trained how to block those kind of attacks. It's a massive fight advantage for Aleister Black.
Oh, springboard.
Oh,
by
what
Hayes
the
is
fuck?
off the mark. And then,
Oh, that's
vintage
nutty.
Aleister Black, a guy who can match skill with anybody, the athleticism, but
That's
kickboxing
nutty.
pedigree, the Muay Thai, being a great striker. He's accurate. He's powerful. Then you get a test of what
That's
he
it
can
crazy
do.
how you kind of forget that, like,
Mysterious in the ring.
Carmelo Hayes historically is used
the
to being
timing that, like, Aleister has when it comes to, like, his dodge. Bro, this man just ate all of that, bro. He ate all of that.
Delivers a knee and a big forearm strike, and now you see all the various striking ways of Aleister Black.
Mello at times is looking completely...
Oh, the moonsault out into the floor!
Black may have hurt himself in the process, but certainly was
Whoa.
prepared now is Carmelo Hayes as the mentor. The Miz looks on helpless.
Miz knows what he's all about after last week.
Black took that moment there just to get his breath back because he knew Carmelo Hayes was hurt. And
Oh.
I got the win. No, I kind of remember that.
On the barrier, and then Mello
What happened?
drop kicks him into timekeeper.
There's the cocky Mello we know and
Aleister Black, you probably not going to win that if you don't doing that. That's why he, like, lost
With
for
new
a
mixing
second.
bowl mashup plus fan favorite s'mores, the new DQ Summer Blizzard menu calls for a
Trade proposal.
deal. Try the new DQ Summer Blizzard menu because nothing says summer like baseball and blizzard
Hey, a
treats.
S'mores Blizzard sounds hard right about now.
American as the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order. Hand
A Blizzard
smashed
in
Angus
general.
beef patties
I don't
seared
necessarily-
to perfection. Meet
I don't know if I'd go
America's
S'mores
smashable
number
burger,
one, but
the Sonic Smasher.
It's usually just one person.
I mean, new flavors more or less. Like obviously, I mean,
end of your first year,
yeah.
so
I mean, everybody has go-tos, but I mean,
stunt double Eileen.
Yeah, the Oreo and
match.
Wow.
Discover cashback match.
We'll take them.
I mean, everybody gets that for the most part. That's what I'm saying. Like realistically, like everybody knows, like everybody gets more or less the same thing. Most people either get strawberry cheesecake or you put cookie dough and some vanilla. But it's like at that point, if they add new stuff, I can't just sit here and be like, oh yeah.
Oh no.
Let's just stick to the basics.
It protects the whole home, inside and out.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was impressive.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
What a dope.
Meet Noodles. She's part short hair and part ninja. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and ninja nemesis. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
Oh wow.
Oh, did I?
Cramp and I used to work on this together.
Because your weird sleep or whatever, I didn't get a chance to tell you. You know what I got yesterday?
What you need is a will, something you can sign.
NBA.
And make official. Start your will at trustandwill.com and make it count.
This is Arby's tender 13.
Like you spent 30 or something?
In a smoker.
Hell no, man. There was a one day deal. They had 20 of them
Arby's tender 13
on sale, $14.99.
Arby's, we have the meat.
I'm not gonna lie, that was one of the more desperate sales they could have thrown out. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, after that, it's $19.99. Like they're not going crazy. Like Amazon, they're not going crazy on price. But it was like a limited thing. They had like 20 of them. $14.99, new sealed. I'm like, well, shit.
A reward for those
I'm not gonna
fighting spirit.
I'm not gonna beat that.
So hold it up high.
Even when it was on sale on the store, it was
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Gwendolyn.
I stay with Cricket because they tell it like it is.
Well, 15.
The price on my plan is the price I pay every month. That's it.
Welcome to life without hidden fees. Welcome to
y'all
Cricket
doing
Nation.
that. Y'all doing
Smart,
that.
you're on Cricket.
I can tell when someone's lying. It's kind of a
What
thing
is it?
I do.
My team
Who
or
are you?
my team? I don't remember. My NBA, whatever it's called.
Tell me that you didn't kill her. I think I might be full.
Yeah.
Game on, Charlie.
Damn.
That looked too like chill and enjoyable for me to go. You know what?
The return of Alistair
That could be a nice
Black,
like chill thing to do tonight.
on SmackDown, of course.
Got some wine. For $15,
Against
sure.
the Miz, and now the Miz's partner Carmelo Hayes eats
Oh,
a big kick.
bro, why
Miz
he
is up
come
top.
so
Never
hard?
seen the role the Miz plays with Melo. Why do you think
Oh.
Miz is helping out Melo so much at this stage of his career?
Miz is just trying to give back. He's being benevolent. He sees a guy who is struggling to get to the very, very top in Mello and wants to help the guy out.
It's not a word we often associate with the Miz.
Many people do, but a leopard.
Oh, good lord.
Wow. Right to the point of the jaw.
That'll put anybody to sleep.
Oh!
Knee.
As we bring you down the entryway ramp here at the Nutter Center in Dayton, Ohio, and still to come.
The
Tag team
what?
Action, Los Garza and Andrade and Ray.
I didn't
Davis,
hear it.
And then we will hear from the undisputed WWE champion.
I literally did
John
not hear it.
Cena, the
I heard the
record-breaking
leaping and then
17-time champion. The night before Backlash, when he
Did
is
they just
set
call
to
it the
face
Nutter Center?
Randy Orton. That's tomorrow streaming on
Oh yeah, that's the name of the arena. Yeah.
Oh, hell nah.
There's simply no defense.
Yeah, that's what they call the
We
place.
talked about it earlier.
Hell nah.
Against someone the caliber
Oh, God. Ah, be damned. Hey, where you going? I'm heading to the Nutter Center. Got me fucked up.
Right in the center of the ring.
Oh, okay, good.
Could be worse.
Oh, it could be worse, but bro, this man
Yeah,
Alistair.
they could call it the Nut Center or the Nut Inc. Center.
Right to the head and kicking his way up.
I mean, the other ones are just like, you know, it's just like a reaching thing. Like, I feel like it makes it more sus because it's not even planned to be taken in that context. Like you basically it's like a couple letters off from like some candy, basically.
He's tasted this kind of offense from Alistair Black and knows himself how difficult it is to fight your way out of it.
Yeah, he tasted.
I don't even care if they had a mayor in town, last name Nutter. That's even crazier.
Black looks to keep control, but no! Look at this!
Well, on a side note, though, for the main point, these guys are putting on a great little match right now. I don't expect nothing less from Mello, though.
Suplex, and once again, Mello trying to break
Ooh.
free, and he does with the kick.
Hold on.
Kick with a Muay Thai specialist. Oh, wow. Connecting with that La Mystica, finally made several attempts, just about got him.
Oh.
The brain buster into the cover.
Flurry of offense from both men who are really dropping the heavy artillery. You see the pain in the eyes and racked all over the face of Aleister Black. With a are turning, and he's cooking something devilish.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it. Because John Cena probably finna talk for however long the time is that he has. So, I mean, they might as well get all the wrestling out the way.
There's still another match. There's still another match.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's like they're getting all the wrestling out the way because he's gonna talk the rest of the night.
Well, if he puts that foot
so
under the
he gets
pressure,
RKO.
get him into position as we've seen
Pretty
him do
much.
time and again for Black Mass. And Miz quick to get to the apron as a distraction.
Oh.
Mello came charging in on Aleister
Well, there's the mental aspect. Interesting. Damn. Okay.
He laid him out. Here is your winner, Aleister Black.
Interesting finish. The Miz got put to sleep, but Hayes got beat with a roll-up. He kind of got saved.
And Aleister didn't do anything to him, just looked at him and got out of the ring.
Psychological and physical.
The mental warfare is definitely at play here. But if we're also going off of just like realistic terms, I mean, oh, never mind, hold on.
The numbers game is not in our favor tomorrow, okay? We need a game plan for tomorrow. We need to figure something out, because right now, I am all out of soldiers. Everybody's hurt, okay? Jacob, we need to do something. Game plan? Man, the only game plan that I got tomorrow is just to run, to play. So tomorrow, at Backlash, live in the loop, these 3 suckers better get in where they fit in. Because tomorrow, Damian Priest, Dog Walk, LA Knight, Dog Walk, goddamn, Drew McIntyre, I'm about to dog walk his ass. That's the only play that I about to run. Cause I'm all gas, no brakes with it. You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna lie, it gets to a point where the first couple times I heard it, it was fair,
The whole world is yada on me
it was
for that
catchy,
fatal four-way tomorrow at Backlash.
but him saying he's all gas, no brakes every single week is starting to kind of get a little monotonous. I'm not gonna lie to you. But it's a minor critique, but I'm like, at that point, that's not something I think could be catchline worthy, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, it's on a damn t-shirt, so ain't going away anytime soon.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, but they also put Cesaro with missing teeth on a t-shirt. They throw anything on a t-shirt.
Earlier tonight,
that's fair.
Blindside attack by
Call that man the Swiss Superman. Dude. He missed 2 front teeth.
Yeah, and if you allow yourself to become a victim in this game, you'll find plenty of people stepping up to drop you. You have to fight back. Rey Fenix has fortunately, for his sake, found a friend in Andrade, and now they need to step to Los Garza and attempt to stop the hostility heading in their direction.
Andrade and Rey Fenix against Los Garza.
How much time does this get?
On SmackDown from Ohio.
Oh, it is 10:21. I just realized that.
Yeah, because Cena's not going to talk for 20 minutes, get RKO'd, and the show's over. That ain't going to happen.
Is louder than ever.
I mean, even if Orton comes out to spar with him, they're not going to give that 20 minutes.
Yeah, at least if I could have sung. But I mean, overall, it would be interesting to kind of see what potentially they could do as far as the Backlash match is concerned. Because I feel like the U.S. title match does have a lot of intrigue. Because if there's not like obviously it probably won't be a straight up match, obviously. But since Solo brought up the numbers game, I wonder what that really implies. Or what would that imply?
Yeah, he didn't say it exactly, but he doesn't sound like Jacob even wants Solo out there, which could play into the finish. But
I don't think it's that. I just think Jacob is just like I said at this point. Like Jacob's repetition becomes very like after the first couple times, unless there's like no context to it, it just becomes very much blinding. Where it's like, oh, the only play I know is to run the play. It's like, what do you mean? Like, the only play you know is to run the play. If there is no play, then but I guess that's the point. But I mean,
but numbers game isn't completely accurate.
I mean, because realistically, I mean, it's three. I guess like it's three people that want their title. It's three people that want the title, and it's two of them.
Or they want the title. And obviously it's, fatal 4-way, so different rules, so no DQ. Like a triple threat would be now is no DQ, but the three people, those three guys all want the title, but they all don't like each other. So it's not exactly 3 against 1. It is still every man for himself because the other three guys don't like each other.
I mean, they're gonna jump him though. If we're being honest, if it really boils down to it, they're gonna jump Jacob. At some point, they have to. So inevitably, even if they don't like each other, they're gonna jump him.
Well, maybe Knight and Priest. I don't see Drew getting in on that. Doesn't fit his character.
I mean, realistically, as far as like him not taking help from other people, i.e. the Bloodline, that's also not in his character either. But he's been doing it for the past year and a half. When it's came to him. So at that point, if it comes down to it, I don't think Drew is like opposed to jumping Jacob. If it means he gets gold, I think at that point anybody would really do what they have to do. Wait, what happened?
I slept on one of those, and they're not as good as they make themselves out to be.
What, a Tempur-Pedic?
The sleep number, yeah, they're good, but they ain't worth what. They ain't that good.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I think I just checked. I think we might be at 4. I think on this, we might be at 4. I don't know if it's changed at all, but I think we're at 4.
You're not making it any better there, Wade. The Nutta Center.
I beat the cell out of cancer. Cena's next. Oh damn, that kid's got a crazy sign.
We just beat the WWE Tag Team Champions. What do you? Yeah, boys, that's how you do it. You guys just pinned the Street Profits.
Oh my god.
WWE Tag Team Champions.
Yeah.
You know what? You came in here and you made some noise, and we love it because we came in and did the same thing. We took that volume knob and just cranked it to 11.
Now, fellas, I hope you can keep that energy up because eventually at one point, it's going to be Frack Seaman, the Motor City Machine.
Oh, damn.
Don't get it twisted, boys. You didn't beat the Tag Team Champions Street Profits today. No. What you did is you went out there and you took advantage of 2 guys clearly still banged up from TLC. Only a couple of lowlights would do that.
Damn.
Come on, let's go.
You know what's sad? In a crazy way, they're not wrong.
How they would react to things. Just got your answer. There's Los Garza with Santos.
Like, they're not.
They would do the same thing.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, they're not wrong. Like you said, they would do it as well, but they're not. It was a smart thing to do. I mean, you strike when they're injured. You don't strike when they're healthy. I'm not gonna lie, it sucks that like Andrade's like visual is probably one of like the best on the roster, and they just don't do anything with them. Like I genuinely don't understand. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like his entrance makes him seem like a big deal, and then it's like you look at the booking and it's like, what are they missing exactly?
And he showed it. I mean that Carmelo Best is ever showed it.
We've seen Andrade in tough with top.
Right,
Saw him nearly win the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal.
And he's gotten better as a talker. Like that was always his weakness, and he's gotten better. I'm not saying he's obviously I'm not saying he's amazing, but he has definitely improved his mic skills too.
Yeah, and I've done a quick bit of research on Andrade and Ray Phoenix.
I mean, realistically, I mean, to me, I don't think he's really bad on the mic. I just really don't think he like. They just want everybody to speak English, but at this point, I don't really care about it at this point. If you speak in Spanish, German, Dutch, if it sound good, it sound good. They just want him to speak English, which understandable, but.
Orlando Resort's 4 theme parks, including the all-new Universal Epic Universe.
Well, I mean, obviously, yeah.
Plus, a chance to meet a WWE superstar.
And also you got the factor of like who he's married to, who think would play a role in like his presentation, his booking, his everything, and that's not translating.
You mean was married to?
Well, was married to, yes. Wasn't helping.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, I mean, like, as crazy as it sounds, who you sleep with can only change so much about your booking at that point. If they don't care, it don't matter. It don't matter who you lay down with.
And they're still on the same brand at the moment, too.
Yo, Phoenix got a banger, though. I wonder who's been doing the latest, like, couple of themes. Because they've been hitting on a couple of them.
Wade, we've got such a blessing, such a gift here on SmackDown to get his...
I don't really want to, like, you know, if it is, I don't really want to own the fact that, like, okay, Def Rebel hit a couple good ones. Although they've got, like, 100 bad ones, but okay, they improved.
I mean, best thing though is like I wouldn't even say improved. I mean, that's the thing with Def Rebel is like literally every once in a while they do the right thing. The other 90%, they're just
sounds like they're just on some AI shit.
Well, not even that. It's like this dude Phoenix is a troll, but it's like so apparently I get like when it's like oh you know we listen to like pop songs that wrestlers want for their theme, and then we like remix them to fit the company, which is fair. Oh god, which is fair, but it's like sometimes it just sounds really, really refurbished, and not in a good way.
You saw that huge Meteora off the top rope to Santos Escobar. Now a chance for some payback.
Headbutt action.
What happened earlier tonight?
And Santos Escobar has been rather aggrieved of late, just in general, because his men.
As he hovers over us.
Have not been getting the kind of results he demands. Well, tonight is about changing that, changing the perception of Legado del Fantasma and getting back to running the bingo here on SmackDown.
And there is Santos, and boy, he lets us know it.
The hell is he
every
staring
time.
at?
I didn't want to mess that up.
He's throwing his sunglasses down on the announce desk. We're responsible for the care and welfare of these expensive sunglasses here.
Incredibly valuable, more than your.
I guess Santos just sits there listening to him.
Guard them with your life.
Phoenix in there early on against Berto, familiar rivals.
That's crazy.
Phoenix.
Just sense tensions, especially amongst the luchadors, which historically have always been fairly high here in WWE. They're all on red alert right now. They're looking to position themselves as the spearhead of this global lucha movement right now, because AAA is under the WWE umbrella, and the spotlight for Lucha Libre has never been brighter.
Yeah, such exciting news with the acquisition of AAA and what will be coming our way on June 7th. Of course, you know about Money in the Bank, but on that same day, it's Worlds Collide with NXT and WWE's newly acquired.
How about, is that a Gucci belt?
It's going to be such an
that might be Gucci.
day of action.
Andrade and Berto colliding here. Andrade has been trying to convince Berto of late to keep away from Santos Escobar, who he feels has been mistreating the likes of Berto and indeed Angel. Well, Berto was mistreating Andrade there, and he may come to regret getting involved in Legado affairs.
And now Angel and Berto both climbing up top. Timed out moonsaults to the floor. Legado del Fantasma, Los Garza. Man, oh man.
Okay.
Ese es mi
It's
legado.
me, your walking, talking gift guide with ideas for Mother's Day.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I don't know if I feel like I had something to bring up, but I just completely lost my train of thought. Yeah, it'll come back to me later, probably. It's going to come back to me.
You know what I haven't noticed tonight?
What?
Terry.
Wait, there's no way.
What? Oh.
EO is 30. EO is 35.
Speak and they shall appear.
I did not know EO Sky was 35. Well, she was 34 prior to this, but I did not know she was. That's crazy. Also, hey Terry, what's good?
She has been wrestling for a while.
Oh yeah, I know that. It's just like, I don't know. I guess it's like one of those, like, I'd never checked.
If you told me like 32, if you told me like 32, 33, I'd been like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, really, she was close before that, like 34, but she turned 35 today. That's crazy. Oh wow, so dang. How many people did they get for this New Japan show today? Like, I know I heard the Good Brothers were gonna be on it because I seen the promo package, but I guess B Priestley was there as well. So they had a couple of people on the show that finally got released. Well, not released, but their 90 days were up.
I was in the mood for Arby's like the first 5 times, but now it's like, all right, I'm tapping out.
Hey, yo. Tapping out to the meat is crazy. That's insane.
I didn't say it like that. I said the first time 5 times I saw Arby's, I was in the mood. Now I'm tapping out. It's been like 15 times now. I didn't say nothing about that.
Hey, Arby's got the meat, or the meat that you tapping out. That's crazy. Came for the gun show, stayed for the wrestling. I'm fucking dead. Hey, look, you seen that shit earlier though. That shit is. I didn't know what was going on.
I don't know.
I was sitting there doing something, and I'm like, is this dude flexing in the camera? And then like I just never I never asked or something like that. I don't know.
Every move that he delivers goes up top, balancing on the.
I don't know. I guess I'm spicy. Spicy when we first started.
Feeling spicy is crazy.
No, I said feisty, not spicy. Let's not. All right, let's.
That's even crazier.
Not really. Feisty doesn't mean anything sus. Feisty just means feisty. Feisty doesn't mean. I didn't say frisky. I said feisty.
Shit. Feisty, spicy. I don't know what else would have rhymed with it, but it slipped my mind.
Look at the pace, the non-stop
action
as the big kick is delivered by Ray Phoenix.
All 4 men down in the ring. I believe the legal participants are currently Ray Phoenix and Angel.
I gotta give it to him tonight. The in-ring is delivered.
Yeah, that happens when they actually book the freaking talent they have. I don't know. I feel like I'm way harder on SmackDown because mainly it was my childhood, and 2, it's like their roster is so damn good. It's like it shouldn't take. Like I don't know. I'm just really gonna stand on that. Like I sound like a broken record, but I really feel like they should have just been doing this with or without the belt.
Well, they should. They should do this more consistently every week, regardless of how much time they have, and they normally do not.
Not even from a time. Not even from a time thing. I mean, like, sorry, it's like whether the champion's there or not. Like, this should be like how it used to be, where it was like. Even if Batista was on the card as world champion, you still got tag team matches in women. Like, there wasn't like a thing where it was like, oh, it's all about Batista this week. No tag teams.
No, that's why I said, like, regardless of how much time they have, this is the kind of shit they should be doing every week, and they don't. Like, last week they could have done this, and they did nothing. That's why it was, like, so, like a snooze fest. And this week, even though there haven't been any like massive developments, they're just putting on, you know, they're just giving characters. They're giving them, you know, there's some story. The in-ring's all been good. They've been given time. It isn't like these matches are like 5 minutes and done either, and it's solid.
Wait, 2 things. First of all, where did this man's shirt go? Second of all, he just cost his team the match. What's up with you, bro?
Can you believe that Santos was up on the apron? And
that's a good kick, though. This man Santos to strip down and cost his team the dub. What are we doing, bro?
Ray lands on his feet after that suplex attempt by Angel. Andrade now. He's going to rev the engine. Delivers the big elbow. Here goes Phoenix. Cat-like.
Damn, that one stuck. That one stuck.
The only thing propping up Berto there was the rope. I think he was out cold.
Flying over to the outside. Just as Andrade is setting up the message. Man, oh man.
That was a tough finish. That was a tough finish.
Ray Phoenix and Andrade.
Well, when it comes to Lucha Libre, you expect the high flying, but that was a physical war. Look at the bruises all over the face of Andrade.
Wait,
who the hell is Ray just randomly hugged?
And Ray Phoenix, take a look at this. The flying Phoenix takes down Angel.
What was this random record scratch? I thought something was gonna happen, but I guess that's is that a part of the theme? I'm so confused.
I don't recall it. No.
Mentor Santos Escobar cost Berto the victory.
But yeah, Santos for sure fucked up this week. Like I don't know what bro was on. What was bro on?
Get up! Get up!
Wait, hold on. Damn.
What was that? Look at me when I'm talking to you. What was that? Do you even know how much you set us back? ¿Entiendes lo que hiciste?
Oh, wait a minute. Is today that is tonight that time?
Some of the fractures in the foundation of Legado del Fantasma just became a canyon, didn't they, with Berto?
This can boil over. It's highly frustrating. The results have not been there. Tempers are flaring, and the pressure is really on now for the entirety of Legado del Fantasma.
Are you ready? Tomorrow's the day. Backlash.
In that case, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like he low-key cost in the match, and then you gonna say he set y'all back. Like how does he won like 3 seconds ago? Not even kidding. He won 3 seconds ago.
For the countdown show, and tomorrow our dear friend and broadcast colleague Pat McAfee is going to step inside the ropes. It's against the man who is seething after losing his championship. This will be the 8th match in the career of Pat McAfee, and it comes as the
wait. He's had 8. He's had 7 matches.
Good luck, Pat. Believe me, you are gonna.
I gotta do some research.
Moving on, we've also got 2 Irish women with vastly different resumes. They're gonna collide for the women's intercontinental.
I only remember like 2 of them, to be honest.
Lyra Valkyria defends against the man Becky Lynch tomorrow night at Backlash.
Hey,
like I remember the Adam Cole match from NXT, and I remember the NXT match.
Didn't the NXT do a multi-person match with him?
Had a couple title changes in the last 4 U.S.
They might have, like, the McAfee brand.
Damian Priest or Drew
For, like, that
And
weird
technically, he had 2 WrestleMania matches, even though they were back-to-back. Technically.
War among those 4.
What's the Theory and McMahon stuff?
Yeah, technically. If you really want to, I mean, if you really want to, like, you know, fudge the numbers, he had the match with Theory, and then Vince wanted a piece, and it was technically a match. Just for Vince to beat him with a clothesline, which made no fucking sense, but whatever. But I mean, if you really want to budget, it was 2 matches. I don't know what the other ones are. I don't remember.
Yeah, but that's what I'm probably gonna do some research.
I don't remember.
Because at least that I can, at least on top of my head. Then again, maybe all the other matches I don't really count because they were not really, weren't even really matches. But let's be honest, like the Theory and McMahon shit, I don't want to count that. I really can't.
Well, no. Well, the Theory one was actually a match. Like, it was a put together match. The Vince thing was just sort of, I don't know what the hell that was, but I imagine if they're talking about 7 matches, they're going to say it was a match because it's pinned him with a referee counting 1, 2, 3. They're going to count that. Stupid as it is, they're going to count it. I have no idea what the hell else there is because I can't think of anything.
Actually, I'm gonna look it up now since it's a commercial.
Yeah, because I can't think of anything.
Okay, so apparently he had a match in 2009. Did not know that at all. Against a man named Warpig. But it was yeah, he wrestled an independent show in 2009. Okay. The Adam Cole match that he lost. War Games. Yeah, the McAfee brand with Birch, Lorcan, and Pete Dunne. God, that was a crazy time in life.
Okay, so era.
Yeah, McAfee in Theory. McMahon and McAfee. McAfee and Happy Corbin. Completely forgot about that.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, SummerSlam 2002. 2022, not 2002, 2022.
I honestly don't remember. Okay, I don't remember.
Oh yeah, McAfee and Miz from the WrestleMania in Hollywood. Forgot about that as well because that was the Snoop Dogg. That was when Snoop Dogg blew his freaking knee out, or no, not Snoop Dogg. It was Shane McMahon. I think Shane McMahon blew his knee out or something, and then they had to make a decision. I don't know what it was. And then the Royal Rumble. Okay, I mean, I guess that counts. I guess.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm glad I looked it up though, because I don't remember this freaking. I'm about to say, where was this other match coming from? I feel like I remember some of them, but not all, because that Warpig thing was like.
I did not remember, and I forgot the Royal Rumble thing too.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the Rumble he threw himself out, so I'm like, how can we count that? But I mean, the person that was the year he got in, and it was literally like, I forgot who was in the ring, but he literally got in and crawled right back out. But I could swear he was still in the league in 2009. When did he find time to do an indie match?
Off season, maybe.
Probably, if I had to assume.
Yeah, probably in the off season.
That's crazy if you think about it. It's like, dang, oh, what's Pat doing? Oh yeah, Pat's wrestling a match on Saturday
against someone named Warpig, who I don't know.
Now I'm looking at this Warpig dude. Does he still wrestle? Oh, he retired in 2019. Wow. Well, at least he was comedy. Wow, some people say he was ass. Some people say he was funny. I don't know what to think.
Okay.
All right. Let's go, Jonathan. What in the Super Mario charged up are you wearing, bro?
Well, there's red, gray. All right.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, literally, he looks like Super Mario, or he looks like Mario when he charged up off the mushroom, and his whole fit, like, bro basically got a Mario fit on. Or he looks like a blue ribbon, like a can of blue ribbon. It's one of the two. There's only so many ways this can go.
Before he's done, I'm gonna have to get The Last Time Is Now Something before the year's over.
John Cena, who in recent weeks was 17-time record.
I've been some crazy just now. Let me
come
your
to this ring and told a kid his dad's a loser. He told the WWE universe he doesn't need that.
Like one of those, I should probably get one of those. Even though it's probably like fucking $30 for that little cloth, I should probably get one.
Generation legacy in the industry.
I don't like John Cena, I don't like his attitude, but telling that kid's daddy was a loser was actually quite funny. But Dayton, Ohio,
We've got 7 to 8 minutes, maybe.
Last ever stop in your town, and boy, oh boy, doesn't he look thrilled.
2 minutes of talk and RKO, and there you go. Show's over. Although maybe no RKO, we can just talk for a few minutes and then call it. That's the show.
Oh, no.
We already know Mark's getting in the ring.
Nash again.
Get up there, Nash. What is he? Well, apparently he's not been too impressed with Mr. Nash's work of late, so given previous experience, should have learned.
I mean, I guess Nash gets the rub. No Diddy.
At his job, Wade.
Not according to John Cena.
Well, he certainly wants job security and wants to be, like, you know, known as, like, a great ring announcer. This Cena's putting him over, for sure, as a ring announcer.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Please welcome the greatest of all time, the never seen 17, gracing Dayton with his presence one last time.
Wow, they threw something at him.
He is the last.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. Who threw it? You fucked up. You fucked up. I mean, at least it was empty. And it was a... Was it a Michelob Ultra? Michelob Ultra? I don't know how you pronounce that word, to be honest.
He is the last.
Michelob, yeah.
Real champion, John Cena!
Somebody gave the Hogan treatment. Threw a bottle at him.
Yeah.
They're probably being escorted out of the arena now, but...
Not gonna lie, a real hater, I would just threw popcorn at him, no cap. Matter of fact, throw a slice of pizza at him. That'll probably really show him.
Tomorrow, your
thrown out.
childhood
Go big or go home.
dies.
Pause.
The reason you're reduced to throwing empty bottles of beer is because every single one of you knows exactly how important Backlash is.
That is
You'll
true.
do everything you can, just like Randy Orton. Which is why Randy Orton is not here tonight.
But Orton's not here.
Boo. Don't boo, he's smart. He took my advice. He is home with his family in St. Louis. And he is preparing for the biggest moment of his career. The first time I wrestled Randy Orton was almost 25 years ago. Since then, we have shared in this ring on WWE television of almost 100 appearances. There are 31 world championships between us. We are the two names that define what it means to have ruthless aggression. And if you are a fan between the ages of 12 to 55 and beyond, you either choose Randy Orton or you choose John Cena. Is what's at stake tomorrow.
12 to 55 is a very, very distinct demographic. I'm not gonna hold you.
Because tomorrow is
I mean, if he's
final match.
25 years, that's like
tomorrow.
The age demographic.
You
30.
only get to choose one more time. Tomorrow, your childhood dies. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. If
wow,
way
to make it morbid, John.
3 and 11, tomorrow your childhood will die as well. I will make sure you grow up fast because tomorrow I prove 3 things. Life isn't fair, winners write the history books, and Randy Orton is a liar. The person Randy's been lying to the most all these years is himself. I will explain it in terms that you can understand. Hustle, loyalty, respect. Hustle. Randy Orton only has this job because of his family. He has never once been held accountable for any of his failures, and he uses stardom and his connections to protect him from responsibility or actually doing any hard work.
Oh, damn.
Randy Orton is the greatest of all time at wasting his potential. I am the greatest of all time because I am hustle.
Type shit.
Loyalty. Randy Orton thinks that working a job a lot of days in a row is loyalty. That's not loyalty, that's cashing a check. Randy Orton says he's a WWE lifer. He's stuck here. He says he's a piece of furniture. He's right. He's a lazy boy.
Damn. Why he cooking?
Loyalty is being the person that you can always count on. And you are counting on Randy Orton to be the one to take this away from me?
Yo, why is he low-key cooking right now, though?
25 years of injuries, bad attitudes, and coasting his way to be over-celebrated and overpaid, you can't count on Randy Orton for anything. Randy Orton is the greatest of all time at doing the bare minimum. I am the greatest of all time because I am loyalty. Respect, of which you show me none. But Randy Orton wants to beg for your respect. He has to remind you he's a third-generation superstar. Come on. Nobody knows Bob Orton Sr. The only thing Bob Orton Jr. ever accomplished in life was knocking up Randy's mom. And the only thing Randy Orton's ever done in life is ride off my coattails.
Yo!
Yet he calls himself the Legend Killer? All he does is use his mean streak and his strength to remove these names from wrestling that were barely relevant in the first place. And tomorrow he gets to do it again. Tomorrow, Randy Orton kills the legend of Randy Orton. Because he'll be just like his 2006 drug test.
A
failure.
Like,
Randy Orton is the greatest of all time at making a mockery of what a WWE superstar should be. I am the greatest of all time because I am respect.
I'm not gonna lie, excuse my French, but he's just fucking him up right now.
I'm not gonna stoop to your level, Dayton. Take a good look.
Yep.
Tomorrow is a historic moment for WWE because I make history again. And this is what a last real champion looks like.
Oh, Cena under attack.
Went for that RKO, but Cena step ahead this week.
Attitude adjustment. And that championship.
That's not him. That's not Randy. That can't be Randy. That's not Randy.
Who the heck got this mask on? Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
Wait a minute.
Oh. Man, they thought Randy wasn't home.
How's your lazy boy now?
What do you get for this pseudo Randy Orton though? Like, low-key, the arm tattoo was like, they not exactly the same, but they close enough.
And the Viper with the gold in hand. Is this the beginning of a historic weekend for Randy Orton? Will he dethrone the 17-time
Man, bro got RKO'd and his Adidas Flyknits, bro.
at Backlash?
Crazy work.
All the history between these two. Orton is primed, ready, and RKO loaded for the championship. We find out tomorrow. Backlash streaming live on Peacock. We'll see you from St. Louis.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm taking away two things from that segment. One, this man needs to retire like this. Like at this point, I don't give a fuck about this like the kiddie shit. He needs to retire like that. And second, I feel like Randy's gonna eventually get 15. He's going for 15, right? 15.
Dr. Yeah, the new doctor has arrived. Would be if he won. Yeah, it would be 15.
Yeah, like I feel like inevitably Randy's gonna get his 15th, but at least for the moment of like, as crazy as the promo did sound, it is crazy to think that this really is the last time. Not even on something like, oh, John Cena Rock, you know, once in a lifetime, but it didn't happen twice in a lifetime. Like, it's actually probably really the last time we will ever see them competing in a one-on-one match against each other, and that is something crazy to think about because.
Right.
That actually is my childhood. That's crazy work.
I remember watching it. I remember like the peak of it, even closer to
Yeah, I'm about to say him kicking John's dad in the head, multiple times at that actually. Their feud. I just recently watched back their feud over unifying the WWE and World Heavyweight Championship. So, I mean, they have years, decades worth of history that essentially comes to an end tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I said it in my prediction video. I'm expecting a nostalgic match similar to a lot of the ones that they've had, where I think there's going to be like. An RKO kick out, an attitude adjustment kick out. Cena's going to RKO Orton and, kick out. Orton's going to attitude adjustment Cena, and Cena's going to kick out. It's going to be like a total nostalgia match, just like their greatest hits. And then Cena's going to... I did not say anything about Travis Scott or anything like that, because I'm not... No. I just think Cena's going to do some, like, cheaty shit, like some sort of, like, leverage pin, feet on the rope, something like that to sneak out with it. That's what I think.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, the borderline would be, like, which, I mean, in this case, I mean, if they wanted to have him, like, be clean, I mean, not clean, but, like, if they wanted to have it be, like, a more decisive one, I mean, that's more even than him and Cody would have been. Just from like an age and knowing the enemy type of scenario, if they were to go that route, I would be mad about it.
Yeah, because Randy's like 45-ish. I mean, he's in better shape than a lot of 45-year-olds, and he could definitely carry the match, but that's why I figured, like, they don't have to run around too much. If they wanted to drag it out to like 20 minutes, they don't have to run around too much. They could just basically do like a nostalgic greatest hits type of thing where they do the stuff they used to do. They do their signature stuff. RKO kick out, attitude adjustment kick out. They steal each other's finishers because they've done that before. A la Rock and Austin, they've done it before. They could do it again. And Cena does some type of cheaty shit to pull it out. I mean, there could be interference. It's certainly possible, but...
Yeah, it definitely probably is one that will be...
It wasn't like I wasn't looking forward to the match because it's the last one between the two of them. But I will give this much credit. I mean, I'm not... Cena's always cooked on the mic, and he's been cooking as a heel. But now I actually want to see the match more just because of what he just did. Even though I know what's gonna happen, how it's gonna go, and how it's gonna end, I still want to see it more now because he sold it.
Yeah, because I mean, that's one thing realistically that, like, I mean, obviously, I was gonna pay attention to it because I mean, obviously, in a weird way, I understood even though it wasn't the greatest, I understood the premise of kind of why it ended how it did, because it kind of got what he initially wanted, as far as like essentially he ruined what should have been a more extravagant loss for a man who took John Cena and a couple other legendary figures to take this title from Roman, and this is all it takes to defeat him. I understand at least like the simplicity of the idiocy, basically.
Well,
So,
it was Rollins, Cena,
The Undertaker,
Jay, and Taker.
yeah.
But also, Cody also withstood Roman, Rock, Jimmy, Solo. So, I mean, yeah, all of that. And then for that guy to kind of lose the way he did was, it was pathetic.
It was bad, but from a standpoint of from the goal of the character itself, no matter how bad it is, respectfully, the goal was to piss people off, and they succeeded. So at this point, if that's what the whole premise of this is, most fans should probably be really prepared to be disappointed, or not really disappointed, but be prepared to be pissed off by more finishes, because more or less, also, this is like the first time where Cena's actually been able to like probably really do the opposite of what he usually does, and have it be one of those things that people can question, and people can go on Twitter and be like, why is John wrestling like this? John's never done something like that. Even when Stone Cold turned heel, Stone Cold really didn't change much. Stone Cold got more rowdy, but nothing really changed.
Well, he did cheat more.
Yeah, but as far as like, it was the same old mud hole getting stomped. It was the same old statements being reiterated. His music changed, but more or less the whole premise was it was still Steve. With Cena,
he
it's like
mixed up.
Yeah,
he mixed up the. He was a little more violent. He was a little more stomping mud holes in people's asses, and he cheated a little bit more. And that was it until he started like singing to Vince McMahon on a guitar, which okay, whatever. But
yeah, that was a time. That was a time.
Yeah.
But yeah. Something with Undertaker even, where basically went up to Jim Ross and said, "Yo, like, you too good to kiss his ass, 'cause I did it. You better than me." It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I kissed his ass. You better than me.
That was cringe. That was cringe. Like, he actually literally did it. Like, come on, that was cringe.
Man. Or basically just in layman's terms was like, yo, like, I done did some stuff to get by. You a better man than me. That was crazy work. But I mean, yeah. So for the match itself, I mean, obviously for what it's worth, Randy Orton is going to, like I said, Randy Orton is probably going to carry. Even though it's only a 3-year age gap between them. 3-year age gap between them. Randy is definitely in more physical shape to at least, kind of guide, and, obviously Cena's not going to,
Randy's in better shape, and technically because of the injuries he's had in his career, he's less
slowed down.
Although he's slowed down, but like he's also more nimble than he probably should be. Although Cena just hasn't had wrestling reps in like 8 years.
Yeah. So it's like at this point, it's like character wise, and just the fact that, like I said, like he hasn't had a real match in a while. His slow, methodical pace is almost very reminiscent of just, what he is right now, which is a man not really going through the paces, but a man that also knows his limitations as far as, like, he can't do the throwback anymore. He probably can't do his leg drop off the top rope anymore. He doesn't really have the oomph on the 5 moves to do.
He probably could, but
he's not gonna risk it.
But there might be things, because of the things he does for Hollywood. There might be certain things he can't do because of that kind of liability, but he could still pull it off if he really wanted to. But he's kind of the way he's probably doing things now, or will do things, he's going to wrestle like an old school veteran heel, where he's going to do pace and underhanded tactics and cheap things.
Slowing it down, looking at the crowd, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which is fair because I mean it's the opposite of what he is. Like, you know, he was always fast paced, upbeat. What did Cole used to say? He used to always flip him around, calling it pound and ground. I don't know why he flipped it around, and he just kept doing it on a week to week basis. But like, I mean, you know,
it sounded sus as shit at the time.
Yeah, because like I'm like pound and ground. I'm like, that's not even how it's supposed to. That's not the order. But I mean, he kept doing it. So I mean,
that sounds like I don't know why that sounds like a sex move.
Oh yeah.
I just said it sounds like where I wasn't going to like elaborate or try to figure out what the hell it is. I just say it sounds like a sex move.
Man.
Give him the old pound and ground.
Good
like
Lord.
Just, you know.
Or a meatloaf recipe. I don't know where I'm going with that, but point is,
I don't know where you're going with that either.
Yeah, but point is, I mean, I feel like Backlash is gonna be. It's gonna be. I feel like it happens to be solid. The reason I'm saying it happens to be solid is because the matches that are on the card, there are a few matches of note. Am I mad that Io's not on the card? Yes, but I mean it's her birthday weekend, so I mean I can't be as mad about that. You know, she deserves at least this weekend specifically.
Like you said,
yeah.
But the build. This is all like quickly put together stuff for the most part.
And basically, like I feel like most of the stuff that isn't on the card right now will be on the cards later on throughout the months, like Money in the Bank and Saudi and SummerSlam.
Well, like you said, you got. I mean, technically, you got Saturday Night's Main Event in 2 weeks, so a couple things that might have been prepped for.
Oh yeah, like the Jey Uso stuff could be on Saturday Night's Main Event. To be honest,
could be on in 2 weeks. Like Jay and Sammy, possibly, or Jay and Punk, or Sammy and Punk against Seth and Braun could be there.
It'll probably be Sammy and Punk, because I feel like if they didn't do the Logan Paul thing this card, it probably would be on the next one. Because I don't think they ever really confirmed that Jay was defending anything.
No, we don't, and we don't know if he's going to. But it could be like Jay and you could say you could be Jay and Sammy against Seth and Braun.
Oh no, not for Saturday. I'm talking about like this upcoming one. Like as far as like this, I don't like as far as like this one and like Saturday's Main Event. I feel like he's definitely defending, because at that point, I mean, I don't think in his mind he's gonna go like 2 pay-per-views without defending the title.
Who?
Jay.
Jay's defending tomorrow.
They never confirmed it.
Yeah, it's for the title.
No, I'm saying like when you look at the predictions on the site, Jey Uso's match is not on there.
Oh well, yeah, but it's a world heavyweight title match.
Oh, well, no, I mean like literally, like if you go to the predictions for the site, he has no match. He has no match.
Well, I don't know if they're planning to do something, but I feel like if you're
gonna book Jay, they would have said it on Monday or tonight. They all they've seen is Logan wants the belt. Like even if you look at him on YouTube, all it says is Logan wants the title. It never really said when he was getting his opportunity. I feel like most people just assumed he would be on Backlash.
As far as I know, it's Jay and Logan for the world title tomorrow. Because Jay needs something for now, and he should get at least one title defense before possibly losing it.
No, let's say like literally, like there's an article that literally says the real reason why Jey Uso Logan Paul isn't on Backlash. He's not booked. Like they're not booked. I feel like people automatically assumed because they interacted that it would be on Backlash, but neither of them are on it. That's what I'm saying. Like Saturday night's main event will probably be Jay and Logan, and then the tag team match will probably be, if they do it, it'll probably be Sammy and Punk against Rollins and Breaker. But
do you have Io defend?
I mean, at that point, it's her birthday weekend. She's probably
You and Julia?
I mean, they're probably it's talking about Saturday.
No, I mean Saturday night's main event.
Oh no!
Saturday's main event.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Julia hasn't earned. No. I like Julia, but that would be the
tag match is the tag match is Monday. Otherwise, you could have saved it for that. But that's Monday.
Yeah,
and
but
realistically,
I feel like if she defends, it'll probably be against
Nia and Tiffany's probably going to be Saturday night's main event since it's only 2 weeks.
Yeah, but that's like I feel like if Io does defend, they probably won't be against. To be honest, I don't think it'll be against Roxanne or Julia unless they win on Monday. I don't think she defends it against anybody that's not on the main roster because technically they keep calling them NXT Renegades, so they're not really like call-ups yet, which is weird. But I mean, it's what they decided to do.
I mean, more or less, but
yeah. But at that point, it's like even though they probably do like Julia, I don't think they want to rush that because if she was to lose, then I mean, like I said, fans are fickle and they're gonna be like, oh. Because I see people saying like, oh, like Roxanne losing the last 2 weeks was bad, and I'm like, I don't think you guys understand that if Roxanne just came into the fray and beat a former multi-time world champion in Rhea Ripley and a multi-time and current world champion in Io, what does that say about the main roster? I get she's the prodigy, but we gotta have some real.
And that match was a banger. So like
both of them were, and it was like that was a preview of what she will inevitably do. Like that she can beat them or that she can hang, but her first two, like the first 2 weeks of Nope, she's beating 2 world champions. You're out of your mind. Like when Kevin Owens did it, it was shocking because he was beating John Cena. That's how rare that is. Like. They don't just do that for anybody or for everybody. And that's how it should be, you know? It makes it more rare when it happens, you know? Or it makes it mean more when it happens.
Like I said, we're probably going to get... The only thing I can say for sure is I would be certain that... Well, we know Cena's going to be at Saturday night's main event.
Yeah.
Is he wrestling again in 2 weeks, and who?
I did hear through the grapevines that potentially, because Cody Rhodes is advertised for I think next week's show. So potentially we might get Cody coming back from his hiatus tomorrow, which could probably lead into Saturday night's main event, and maybe it'll roll into the summer.
I wouldn't think they would do Cena Cody 2 at like that. I would think it would just be somebody random with 2 weeks build, unless he just doesn't wrestle. He could just not wrestle.
He's probably not gonna wrestle if we're being honest. At this point, and it fits his character too to kind of be like, oh well. I like obviously when it happens, but like if he's like, oh, I disposed of Randy Orton, I deserve the night off. Cody Rhodes comes out again after say he returns tomorrow at Backlash. He comes out again, they brawl, and now you set it up for SummerSlam or Money in the Bank, whichever one comes first. Pretty sure it's Money in the Bank, but you know, because Punk isn't free to do the Summer of Punk stuff yet, if they are even still doing Summer of Punk, because he's dealing with them.
Punk doesn't do Saudi, so
yeah. So it's like you're gonna have to have Hangover, to where either Cena doesn't do anything, or like you give Cena and Cody a little bit of like the runaround. Cody gets screwed again, and if anything,
Where is
You know what?
Saturday Night's Main Event anyway? Where's the show?
That I have no idea.
They even play?
Oh, Tampa. Yeah, I know it. There's like 4 shows in Tampa that week. Because it's like Battleground. Yeah, I think it's Battleground, Saturday Night's Main Event, NXT, and another show. It's like 4 in a row in Tampa. Yeah. But yeah, should be interesting to be honest. But I do feel like at some point Cody's like the only option they have, and plus since Cody's gonna still be there long term, realistically you can have him lose again. Say he gets screwed over, and if anything, he probably gets the redemption story because he's gonna be the one to beat him at the end of the year. To basically be like, oh, he's the like major hero of the company. He saved them from not having a champion, and you still end up getting him a send off because at that point it's like, okay, like
that's my assumption. That's my assumption. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that's probably the best bet they have because they want Cody to be the hero at the end of this story. If anything, I think Cena going out as the villain is probably the safest. It's probably the best idea they have because at that point it's like Cena as a villain being slayed by Cody after cheating for the entire year would definitely set Cody up for major things for however long he wants to hold the title. It's like, oh, he beat Roman, and now he beat John.
Because I already believe I know what the 3 big matches for next year are going to be. So.
Yeah.
I think Cody Punk for the undisputed title. Roman Rock, it's going to happen. And for the World Heavyweight Championship, and he finally gets it, Sami Zayn versus Seth Rollins.
Not completely out of the realm. Not completely out of the realm of reality. I feel like at least 2 of those happen.
Yeah.
I feel like the only one that probably is up in air is like Rock.
I think the one that I'm probably most comfortable in saying is going to happen is Rollins Sammy.
Oh yeah.
I think that's probably the one I think is the most likely to happen for the world title.
Yeah. At least after the promo where Sammy's like, I am gonna be a champion one day, like a world champion, and I'm gonna do it the right way. Yeah. That is the most feasible one that they can build towards going into next year to finally give Sammy that big payoff. And then Cody and Punk, there's history there.
It could. I don't think you would go. I guess you could theoretically go like. You could go Cody Roman if Rock doesn't get involved because we know how flaky he is. I suppose you could go. You could do Cody Randy. If you push back the Randy turn, you could do Cody Randy.
Yeah, cause I don't think they're gonna run back Cody Roman. I feel like those two matches they kind of gotta let them marinate, cause those matches were back to back, even though they did go a year without competing. But they gotta let that marinate for a little bit.
And if there's no Rock, there's a couple ways you could go with Roman.
Roman can fight. Roman can fight Roman can fight the family. Roman can probably.
Roman Jacob, Roman Braun. Those could both be in theory if they don't do it beforehand. Those could be Mania matches.
Yeah. Depending on who debuts, they could do Roman and Hikuleo. Don't know how entertaining that would be, but.
I think Roman and Jacob is a Mania match. So that would certainly be like. I think everybody would want to see Roman and Rock, but if Rock is flaked, like he's known for, you could definitely save Roman and Jacob, and just the build is there. You just
ramp it up.
You just ramp it up, and then you have like your super match and nobody complains.
Yeah. Definitely something that they
So you're basically because I'm gonna have to go back and finish. Pause. Because I had shit. I had like the mice and all that. I had all that bullshit. So I didn't get to watch all. So you're saying, because I said in mine that my quote unquote surprise tomorrow is Goldberg. And you're saying Cody returns. I am not. I'm saying Goldberg.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
To be honest, I can't remember if I brought it up. I might have. I'd probably have to go back and listen to it myself.
Because I said McAfee gets the like Jimmy Uso treatment, and Goldberg just happens to be there, and comes out. I'm not saying he comes out and spears Gunther or anything like that, but he comes out, and then that's the beginning of. It's a way to get to that, to get to it, because we know it's coming, and then whether it's one match or two, Goldberg gets his retirement. Obviously, I don't expect him to beat Gunther, but
well, I'll tell you, I watched it earlier, and I remember seeing the comment. It was like, Goldberg, no.
Oh, that was probably Paul. I bet $20 on Paul.
Like Goldberg, no. Which I completely agree. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, granted, I get Bill wants his payoff, but
it's gonna happen. It's just a question of whether he gets one or two matches in his little mini retirement run. That can be done at like whenever the hell they do it.
Pretty much.
I think they could. I think they could pull that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Cody, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think Cody's gonna stay gone longer than that.
The only reason I'm really thinking about it is because like he's advertised for next week. So realistically, it's like if they're advertising him for next week, he kind of. Worst case scenario is that he returns tomorrow to hype people up for next week.
Possibly.
Because at first he wasn't advertised for anything, and then once they realized he was labeled for next week, they was like, okay, well maybe he returns tomorrow to kind of like ramp it up and be like, oh well now Cody's back to maybe quote unquote in story win his title back and also redeem Randy, because I'm pretty sure most people probably can know that like Randy is not winning. So at that point, now he has even more of a reason, quote unquote, to fire lit under him.
Especially if Randy gets screwed through some sort of interference, like that.
Yeah, like knock on wood, Travis Scott hits him with a belt. I'm not hoping that's probably gonna happen.
Let's not knock on wood for that. I'd rather something different.
I mean, knock on wood in like a way to where it's like for
somebody
but at this point, who else would make sense? Travis Scott's the only one to show up. The other bald guy didn't show up at Mania. Travis showed up.
It's an option if possible, but I did throw out the idea that you don't like that what's going on Raw is connected to what's going on SmackDown, and Rollins or Braun interfere and help him.
I'm so sick of with the corporate ministry thing for that. I would hate that so much.
I get what you're saying. I
don't know. It's like I can't look at it without thinking of like, oh, Undertaker answers to a higher power. Who's the higher power? Vince McMahon.
Well, it's okay. I like it's in the universe, but it's not really in the ballpark because it's not exactly the same thing.
If I'm thinking about it from that perspective, like I said, like if one guy is like, yo, like I want to take the belt and make y'all start over, and one's is like, oh, I want to cleanse the company of all the part timers and all the people who just come back to cash in when the iron's hot and all the other work has been done and all the hard work has been done. They can just come in and mooch off of the guys who laid down the pavement that they drive their fancy cars on. I don't know how they can mix those together. I just genuinely don't.
I mean, there's the whole Seth's ushering in wants to usher in a new era where like he's the guy and Braun's the guy and whatever the group is going to be like, they're going to be the guys to usher in the new era, and they somehow in the story is part of the story is, well, if they help Cena and someone like Cody or Roman or whatever it is, or Punk, from getting over there and getting that belt, and Cena could, in theory, storyline-wise, leave the company with that belt, then the promise could be that Seth's going to be the world champion, which means he's going to be the only champion, the champion of the new era, of what he wants to be the new era of WWE. He will be the only champion. He's the champ, the guy. Period. End of story.
But realistically, remember the last time they ushered in a new world championship? That Universal, that big red, that title was cursed. That title was cursed because it didn't even.
I'm not saying they will. I'm not saying they will do that, but for storyline purposes, it would make them linked up make some bit of sense, because
before
that title will go away, and Seth's going to be the only real world champion.
But realistically, for one, it's like because the Raw title will still exist, and then two, for as crazy as Seth could be in storyline, I don't even think Seth is crazy enough to just let Cena walk out with the most prestigious championship in the company and tell Hunter to start over. Like granted, I mean, maybe he's insane. I don't know. He could be insane. But it's like
It depends on if they want to go. It depends if they want to go some route where, like, obviously Cena's not going to leave the company with the belt. He's going to lose it, and it kind of puts a kink in their plan to where they want to run the company themselves and usher in a new era especially after Cena's gone, but they're starting it now, and then Cena doesn't make it out with the belt, so there's a new problem, and you have some sort of like WWE Civil War, where like you turn Triple H not mentioning The Rock among all the people, even though you could argue that The Rock was his greatest rival, probably, in his Hall of Fame speech, and then Rock, doing the shit online and all the comments, and then talking about, hey, join me and Cody and John and the creative and Brian and the creative team, whatever it is. Well, that didn't include Triple H, who is the creative. They turn it into like a work shoot sort of type of storyline where like Rock wants the company to go one way, Triple H is taking the company another way, and they have sort of a WWE Civil War over it, where people take sides, and even like, and the story is so big that like even undercard and like lower card guys are involved in the storyline somehow, some way, where everything matters, and if they don't pick sides, they get their ass beat by the other team, by the other side, because they won't choose a side, and you can make it like an entire company thing where like everything matters.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like I feel like it's.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like if this was Vince McMahon's company still, I could definitely see them doing that, because they could try to plant it in fans' heads to forget about like certain nuances about what dudes say years ago. But at least as far as like from Hunter's case, I mean, obviously people still turn. Like, I'm not gonna say like they don't like still make business decisions, but at least for the most part, like a lot of the stuff these guys have said years ago, they kind of still hold true to it. So at this point, like, the only outside of like maybe Gunther and like maybe a few other people, I don't know who the heck, like, and of course like maybe his family, but like outside of that, I don't see who else really joins The Rock, unless they really try to like do like a swerve where it's like, oh, Even then, like it's not like at that point, because like in this case, Roman would literally have to side with Rock because shit, he ain't teaming with Seth.
No, but Rock and Seth are would be on the same side. So Roman would be on the opposite.
You know, I don't know. Like it's an interesting scenario, but it's like I just it's like it's like hard for them to like it's hard for them to maneuver it.
And on top of that, if Cena does make it to the end of the year and drops the title to Cody, however many matches he's gonna have, is he just gonna like cheat to win every match and everybody's gonna be like, oh, that was okay, or is he gonna have help? But you can't be trotting Travis Scott out there every PLE that Cena wrestles at and expect that to be okay after what happened at Mania, because I'm sure they want that stink. They want that stink off of them.
But realistically, Travis Scott's gonna have a match if we're keeping it a buck. Like,
no, it'll be a tag. It'll be a tag.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Travis is gonna have a match, so that's why they keep bringing him back, because it's like at that point, like one of those pay-per-views, he's not defending. It's gonna be.
And Travis Scott against Cody and Bad Bunny.
Yeah, like or at least like it's predicted that that's potentially going to be a thing because Travis Scott is training. So at some point,
like that.
Yeah. So at that point, like Travis Scott isn't just going to be like he isn't going to be just be doing empty appearances. Or at that point, it's like he showed up at the Chamber. He showed up at Mania. They're not gonna just dispose of him and now, because then that's even weirder. Where it's like, okay, we had to forget Rock, now let's forget Travis.
But right now that they need to let the stink off of that. Like, I would not have him show up tomorrow.
Another thing though, in their eyes, like I said, they got what they wanted. People hated that main event, which means that if people hate it, Travis Scott is going to keep showing up. There ain't gonna be no, Travis Scott has to. We gotta let this marinate. No, he's coming back out probably with the same entrance, the same saunter, and he's gonna fuck the match up again until inevitably he gets a tag team match. I like to the fans. Obviously, they don't want to see him again, which obviously is what they want people to feel. They want people to not want to see him on their screen because he's gonna continue showing up on the screen.
A lot of us don't want to see him.
Yeah, the fact that people don't want to see him is gonna make him show up more. It's basically not supply and demand, but it's basically reverse psychology. The more they don't want it, the more you're gonna get it. But who knows? Travis Scott and Bad Bunny, if that match is in the works, they might tear the house down. I don't know. But at this point, what's the worst they could do?
Not solo. Please don't give me Travis Scott versus Bad Bunny in a one-on-one. Please don't do that.
Bad Bunny, Bad Bunny, not. I'm not saying in a one-on-one.
I'm not worried about Bad Bunny. I ain't worried about Bad Bunny. I'm worried about Travis. Like, give me a tag match.
Travis is probably gonna be better than we think he is.
I can get behind a one-on-one. Just for shits and giggles, I could get behind a
one. No, and no one's gonna book Travis Scott in a one-on-one right now. I doubt they're thinking, oh yeah, let's put Travis in a ring on some Logan Paul shit. I don't think that's where they're going with it. But I'm saying I'm saying as far as like Bad Bunny as a celebrity wrestler was actually he's beyond good for a celebrity. He's up there. Not comparing him to wrestlers, but comparing him to other celebs who get in the ring, he's top 5. So if Travis is taking it seriously in a tag team setting or whatever setting they want to put it in, they can definitely make some magic. So at that point,
I agree. Yeah. I agree. If they do a tag match, if they do a tag match and he looks like he belongs, and whatever, I'll give them the props for that. And then if they want to go after that at some point, maybe like closer to the end of the year, SummerSlam. Like undercard match, Survivor Series, something along those lines, and Bad Bunny against Travis Scott. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
One time, sure. Okay.
Yeah, but really, like that's really the whole thing about it. Because realistically, there's only so many matches to have. ESPN, I doubt half of what ESPN has listed will happen because they had Joe Hendry on there too, and I'm like, I seriously.
Is Survivor Series a stadium? show this year?
I don't think they said anything yet. There probably won't be anything about that until the upcoming, I think, because I don't. So I forgot. Like, what's the show at the Padres Arena?
That's SummerSlam, isn't it?
Mm-mm. They're in Jersey.
Oh, then that's Survivor Series then.
Yeah, if that's it, then I mean.
Yeah, Petco Park.
Yeah,
San Diego. That's
Survivor
Series.
That's like the open stadium, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, if they want to do it then,
well, it's gonna snow in San Diego in November, so
yeah. I mean, it could be it's very interesting time, more or less. But I mean, they had like Hendry and a bunch of the people on there like on his retirement run. I mean, he got Orton, so I mean, Hendry really could if they like him that much. But I mean, yeah, should be interesting to see what they do, because I mean, at this point, obviously, like, a lot of people probably aren't happy. Like, I'm pretty sure most people aren't.
Yeah.
But at this point, I mean, all that's really left is to kind of just see the direction they take it in. And at this point, I just hope they don't do too much, because at this point, I feel like at this point, if it's like a classical heel thing where it's like, oh, he's like on some Triple H 03, where, like, you know, he's cheating every single time, nothing's fair, he's bragging about himself, leading up to the match he's getting the shit kicked in, but then the match comes around and all of a sudden he magically has control over the whole thing. Like, if it's some stuff like that, then I mean, okay, I'll let him rock, and then obviously the payoff would be Cody winning at the end of the year. But if they try to overdress it and make it a 2K storyline, then it's like, okay, now we got problems, because now you're trying to compensate for
one thing I've said multiple times is, like, this seems like a very low B-level type of PLE, but Triple H tends to make the lower B-level PLEs interesting in the sense that he pulls something, even if all the matches aren't like ooh ah and the show overall isn't ooh ah, he pulls something to give you something to talk about, even at like a B level PLE. So I'm going to assume there's going to be a something to talk about coming out of this that we don't know about yet.
I mean, realistically, the only thing I can really think of is that there'll probably be a debut or a return, and the only return that probably would make suitable sense if they wanted to would be Cody. But like debuts, I mean, they got Cobb, they got Hikuleo, there's probably a couple other ones that I can't really think of right now that like are signed, but they haven't done anything with them. There's a lot of things that they could potentially do as far as, you know, showing off, showing care to the scenario, or whatever. But it should be interesting to see what he does, because if the card is really what it is, which I'm pretty sure, at least from tonight, that card is stamped. What's on it is on it, and what they got going after that is being set up and foreshadowed as far as Tiffany's next challenger. We don't know really who Io's next challenger is, because I mean, shoot, I doubt it'll be Rhea again, if I had to be completely honest. Bianca's fingers are still broken. We don't know about her story with Naomi and Jade. We're waiting on that too. It's like there's a lot of things they gotta really look into, that fans have to look forward to within the next couple of months.
Would they try to pull while Lyra, if Becky beats Lyra, which I kind of think is going to happen, and I hope she ultimately puts Lyra over, could you do something where Lyra chases Becky and temporarily, mind you, Becky wants to be Becky 2 belts again, and Becky goes after Io?
Oh,
briefly.
Fuck no.
Yeah, but can you put it past them?
Fuck no. I'll smack Paul in his bald head.
Hey.
I'll give him that ricochet. Like, pause. Like, I'm talking about, like, I'm gonna shine the hand up real nice and just, like I wish the fuck they would. I mean, they probably will. I'm gonna hate the fuck out of it because it wouldn't make any sense. At least for at least from this character iteration. Like if it was like, oh, she came back as the man and just wanted respect, I get that. But she's doing like a pseudo Trish Stratus, thank you. She attacked me years ago, so I'm paying back the receipt. It's like I'm not fucking.
Unless you bring back, Asuka and or Kyrie, or more specifically Asuka as a heel and do Asuka Io.
But then plus we also got to think about it. At some point, I'm pretty sure after Backlash, we'll probably figure out when the draft is. And that'll give a whole new layer of probably what other like wrinkles they probably will have.
Presumably, if they even do one this year.
Oh no, it's set. They just haven't. They've kept it really tight. They kept it tight knit.
But I mean, if what is supposedly true is true, and SmackDown's back to 2 hours on June 2nd, I think, is what I read.
Mm-hmm.
They might save it for that because they can call it like a season premiere SmackDown because it's going back to 2 hours, and then like that Raw and SmackDown could be the draft, or the draft could start on that Friday and then the following Monday finish it.
Yeah. Well, I think it usually starts on that. It usually starts on the Monday, right? Because Raw gets those picks.
No, but I think it's. I don't know if it was last year. It started on Friday, and then and then ended on Monday.
Yeah, it depends if they mix it up.
Well, if.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It should have happened. It should have happened, but.
Cause I feel like usually after like maybe a Backlash or like another pay-per-view after that, that's usually when they probably will bring up the draft. Cause I remember they said like it's still happening, but they just don't know when. But if it's like Backlash happens and then they start doing a bunch of like call-ups and rearranging some things, then maybe the path will become a lot clearer, especially with the women's divisions. Because I swear to God, if I have to sit there and see Becky at any point like leading a singles feud involving a title, I'll watch it, but I'm not gonna be happy. Like I'm genuinely not gonna be happy at all.
Well, yeah, but until she retires, that she's gonna be involved in something. It's Becky.
I know. Like the something part, I don't give a fuck about. Like she can be involved in something. Just if it's belt related and you thinking about her winning, that's the part where I'm like, okay, she's done enough. Like I
well, yeah, like I said, in a perfect world, right this second, assuming they don't switch brands, I didn't predict it. I would have Lyra win tomorrow with help from Bayley, and then you go
that's probably what'll happen. Because I think I said that in mine. Like realistically, Bayley's not gonna let her win. Like being honest, Bayley's not gonna let her win.
That's what should happen, and then you can have Becky Bayley feud, just straight up like blood feud. Apparently, no belt involved. They can have their thing for however long they want to have it, and everybody's cool.
Yeah, I mean, That's something. Realistically, like that has to be the result because realistically,
the only problem with that is if Lyra wins, she gets that boost up. She's been great on the mic. What's next for Lyra then?
They will probably draft the next woman if Roxanne gets drafted after the draft inevitably occurs. Roxanne will definitely be the next women's Intercontinental Champion, and then you move Lyra up. You move Lyra to the big dogs, because at that point I feel like realistically she would technically be the longest reigning women's IC champion. She would have had a crowning achievement to some extent as far as beating Becky essentially twice, once for the NXT Women's Championship and then defending her Women's Intercontinental Championship. And essentially, she eventually puts over the next big star, being Roxanne, with the IC Championship. And she gets to go on and face the EOs and the Rhea.
But the thing is, with Roxanne having that spotlight the last couple weeks and going toe to toe with the women's world champion, and then have her come in.
She still got start at the bottom.
Roster.
She still got to work her way up. Because I mean, like I said, like because at the end of the day, she didn't win. Like if they had booked her to win, by all means, send her to the moon. Like if she came in and was like, okay, I beat Rhea and I beat Io, crown me. At that point, I would see putting her straight into fire making complete sense. But she had great showings, but she lost, which means that there's levels to it and there's something else that she has to do. So it's like at that point, I mean, it ain't really like a negative because I mean, like I said, with Lyra, her holding that championship, she put on solid matches, and eventually, you know, I guess in this case, you know, she got a chance to show off her promo work that she's probably always had. But I mean, you know, people have comfort superstars that they feel more. I think they say you always go harder at your friends in promo battles than you do your enemies because I mean, you know, it's funner that way. It's more. There's more fun in that because you know her and Becky are like actually, you know, really close knit or whatever. So I mean, at this point, I feel like that's the only person that I can think of that's like, okay, like they're ready to move up. And then the IC title picture, you free it up for the Ivy Niles and the Maxines and whoever else they decide to bring in to reinvigorate the division. You free it up to where, okay, we don't have to worry about a potential world champion being, well, outside of like maybe Roxanne. Like, you don't have to worry about a potential world champion being tied to a belt that's supposed to be building people. Now we can build people and just ship it on off.
Maybe.
But let's see. Oh, yeah, 4 hours. Yep. Chopping it up.
We usually do.
Yeah. But I think that might wrap it up. Obviously, we probably might have to because like that is a 7 p.m. start time, and
we'll be on before.
Yeah, so like you know, depending on like, depending on that, because I mean, if anything, it might start at like the pre-show might start at like 6, 5 maybe.
The pre-show's at 5.
Yeah, so it's like
So sometime after that.
Yeah.
It's not WrestleMania.
Either at 5 or 6. I mean, who knows? We might want to like talk about
probably. I think 6. I mean, it's not WrestleMania. It's just so we. It's not.
I mean, it's not Mania, but at the same time, I mean, it's better to be on. It's better to be early than an hour.
Yeah, an hour at least.
Yeah. Because it gives you time to like engage with people and stuff like that. And obviously, I feel like most people just start like an hour or two early just so they can
get current if they change anything. And besides, if they do any pre-show angle, we're live to see it.
Yeah, realistically, there's leverage to it. So I mean, realistically, 5 or 6. Yeah, 5 or 6. 5 or 6 is visible. To be honest, realistically, I mean, if anything, I'll probably be on at 5 just to see what they do, see what they add. But yeah, that's it for us watching SmackDown. Overall, SmackDown was a pretty
solid.
serviceable going show.
Yeah, solid.
So
solid. Nothing sucked. The in-ring was good. Obviously they're not. They didn't start any major storylines because they can't. But this seems like they're building a little bit of undercard. They're,
I mean, they might have started 2 major storylines if I'm being honest.
Maybe, but the undercard's getting stories. The tag belts are hot right now, and they're getting a lot of push. I like that. The U.S. title is getting a lot of push. All the in-ring was good tonight. No, tonight. Sorry, I don't care. Nia Jax was not a banger tonight. Sorry.
You just had to slander her. Like we was going on a good night. You just had to say she didn't have a banger tonight.
Look. Come on. It was her and Jade.
So that means it's ass?
That wasn't a banger. It was.
So that means it's ass?
No, I didn't say that. I just said it wasn't a banger. There are levels. It was solid.
We can't say in Leverage, oh, the in-ring stuff wasn't bad tonight, and then in the same breath say Nia Jax didn't have a banger. That's kind of crazy. Like that's insane.
Well, would you call anything anything tonight an actual banger?
There are multiple bangers tonight.
I think that word gets used too frequently.
I mean, people think bangers mean 5-star. No, like it ain't 5. I'm not saying they're putting on 5-star Tokyo domes, but bangers are just matches that are really, really good.
Well, like, okay, the triple threat night 1, that was a banger. Was that 5 stars? No. Was it a banger? Yes.
But it was.
I don't know if I'd call it 5 stars. 5-star storytelling, yes. I don't know about 5-star ring. I mean, let's.
The story was 2 stars. Let's be honest. The story was 2 stars. The match was 5.
Well, yeah, but it once it was over, that story was 5 stars.
I mean, but that's revisionist history. We can't do that though.
That was a banger. I mean,
but we can't do that though because the Nia Jax match had a story. It had a Naomi involvement, which tied in 3 other stories together. And Nia Jax is the #1 contender, which is a callback to the original story, which is Tiffany getting cashed in on, or Tiffany cashing in on Nia.
That was not a banger, sir.
We just hating on Nia Jax. That's crazy. Like
I'm not hating her at all. It was a solid match considering it was a solid match considering it was her and Jade, and we know Jade's limitations. It was solid. I give them props for what they did, but that was not a fucking banger. You're not going to find anybody who's going to say that match with Nia Jax and Jade Cargill, who was still green to a point, was a banger. It wasn't. Was it solid? Yes.
Is Jade really still green? Let's be honest here.
Yes, I would say so.
She does not look green.
If Jade couldn't call, let me put it this way: do you think Jade could call any part of a match in the ring by herself with somebody?
That's literally veteran status. No one said she was a.
Not a whole match, any part. Like
she has. There's multiple times where I've seen, like, at least recently, you hear them calling spots in the middle of the match. At some point, they all have to. So realistically, it's like I'm not saying she's a ring general. I'm not saying she's Gunther, but she's not like respectfully, she's not Maxine Dupree Green. Where like Maxine Dupree respectfully is still green, like to a certain degree. She's still green, like suplexes and all that stuff. She's working on that. Jade can go in there and pull some stuff off because she's had experience with TV and training. Is it refinement training?
It also depends on opponent too, but I would still consider her green in the sense that, like, she couldn't go in there against somebody like, say, I don't know, Zelina, and they would have a good match. Like, I would be like, that doesn't.
If anything, that would probably be one of her better matches because she can throw Zelina around. That fits her gimmick more for her to be a powerhouse. And Zelina could basically, because I guess Zelina's basically like, female Ray. Like, that would match her style perfectly. To where it's like, oh, David and Goliath.
All right,
like,
are we doing that? Are we really doing that? Zelina is not female Ray. Let's not.
Now you know what I mean by female. You know what I mean by female Ray. You know what I mean by that.
Okay, like she does a little bit Ray-ish, but like.
No,
the context of what you said, it was like, well, wait, now let's not.
When I say female Ray, I'm not saying Zelina is the greatest women's luchador. I'm not saying she's the GOAT. I'm just saying.
You're saying she's little and can have decent matches with much bigger women and roll around. Not
even about her stature. I'm talking about in general, like as far as like how they're booking her. She's literally getting underdog treatment, which is basically the same as her mentor. It's the same booking. Like she's getting similar booking to the person that they put her in the group, like with the group with. That's just basic. That's just basics. And then plus, high flyers have better matches with people that are bigger than them. Rey Mysterio had great matches with The Undertaker because Undertaker loved working with guys smaller than them because it worked out better for him match wise, pacing wise. He could do more stuff. Like maybe more or less, I'm thinking more or less from like a match sense. A lot has to go wrong for me to think that a match isn't good. Realistically, for me, so it's like when it comes down to it, it's like you would have to really be trash for me to sit there and be like, yeah, this match was not worth going back to watch. Most matches, to me, I feel at its core has redeemable qualities, unless it's like you clearly can tell that these two people don't work well together, or it's like their first time in the ring, they're dropping each other. Like if it's stuff that is very, very obvious, it takes a lot to be like, oh yeah, this match was ass.
Oh yeah, like everything tonight was good to very good. No issue at all. I'd argue in ring this, like top to bottom, because of how many matches were actually on the show. This was probably one of the best SmackDown shows, and I can't remember how long. Top to bottom.
That's crazy work.
I mean, they had way more matches tonight than they normally do, and they were all good to very good. That's not something you get every week.
The post WrestleMania SmackDown literally was like that. The post Mania SmackDown was phenomenal.
Was it?
So we're just forgetting how good that card was.
Phenomenal.
We're forgetting how good that card was.
I don't forget I'm not forgetting the TLC match, which was absurdly good, of course.
There was matches on that card. That's crazy. But
that's honestly all I remember from it. I'm not even gonna cap.
That's crazy. See, guys, this is something that you can learn from these interactions that we have. See, G is a story person. I'm paying attention to the graphs. Okay.
That's not true. I pay attention to graphs.
G is a storyteller. I'm paying attention to what goes on in between them ropes. Okay,
but I pay attention to the graphs. That's not true, but it does fit the role of us being a commentary team. Is you're more play-by-play, I'm more color.
Yeah. So I'm worried about them rest holds and toe drags.
Well, that sounds freaky.
See, that's why I say right there. That real graps, you would know about that toe drag.
I'm not even gonna comment because you know stuff. I'm not even gonna comment because you know shit. So I'm not even gonna comment. Let's not go there. We're not doing that. We're definitely not doing that. I'll shut the camera off right now.
I'll cut the camera off right now. Yeah, but yeah, all right. Just to get
we need to go before it's weird.
Hey, I'm chilling. Hey, at that point, I ain't gonna lie. I look, you need to look at some trivia. See who's the real.
Oh, see what you did. See what you did.
Dear Lord,
Terry, I didn't do it. Terry, I didn't do it.
Hey, Terry.
Terry, I did not do it. I did not do it.
He set himself up for it. What you mean this time? It's always been you.
That's not all.
The last time we were on here, it was you.
Okay, but that doesn't mean every time it's me.
Oh, it's. If I had a tally,
I'm just saying, you mentioned moves such as drop to hold, and then giggled because you knew where it was going. So you were
see.
Low hanging fruit. No. Pause.
Low hanging fruit. All right, let me cut this off.
Hey, that's a phrase. That's not no freaky shit.
That's crazy. But all right, let me wrap this up. Appreciate you guys for stopping and watching the shenanigans and us watching SmackDown.
That's what happens when we're pushing 5 hours in like the middle of the night. This is what's gonna happen. give you a punch.
This dude G heard toaster hanging.
No.
Oh
It's already on tape. Let's just not. It's already on tape.
Oh God, but yeah, let's well, I forgot what I was even saying. Oh yeah,
Anyway.
greatly appreciate you guys for stopping by. As always, for watching us, in our shenanigans and whatnot. Like we said, tomorrow, Backlash. 5 or 6 roughly, depending on timing.
How about you want to split the difference?
What, I do 5 and you like join at 6 or something like that?
No, do 5:30. Both of us.
Oh yeah, 5:30 is doable.
That's fine with me. I'll be eating and all that shit by then.
Yeah. 5:30 is definitely doable.
I'll be here.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I'm about to say, the only thing I'll play this if it's not 5:30, because who knows, it might be earlier, because who knows, I might not. I might get if I get that good sleep, that peak sleep, it might be 5 o'clock. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah,
Well, if you do get on before 5:30, I will be in shortly after.
Yeah, like it won't be like that much of a gap in between,
No,
both of us being on screen.
Realistically, because I usually, like an old person, I eat dinner around 5 o'clock. So as long as it takes me to eat and then sit down, I'll be on. So I might be like 5:15, 5:20 or something, but I'll be there.
First you sleep through it for sure.
Say,
I'm sleeping through it is crazy.
But like, why don't we just split the difference to say 5:30? Because that's
yeah, that's fair grounds. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to make it like a goal though, because is it possible? Yes, it is. Am I gonna say that it will happen? No. It's possible though.
Just say 5:30. Yeah, let's just say 5:30. That's comfortable.
Yeah, 5:30 at the minimum. At its minimum. Also, I've been working on the social medias as well. The Twitter is partially up, and the Instagram, I'm still kind of working on it. But whenever those are done, those will be added to the description as well. For like, the everyday run-of-the-mill content and live streams that we do over here. So, or I'll probably make a community post about it to be like, oh, like, both of these are made and whatever else I decide to add. So yeah, as always, social medias. I got it right this time, right on the money. So like right below me, that is mine, and on the opposite side, that is G's.
Yep.
Subscribe if you're new. 500 on the way. Share the channel with anybody, your dog, your goldfish, your ballet instructor, the guy that does the crossing guard job, at your nearest local elementary school. They might like wrestling.
I was gonna say I didn't see it go up, but supposedly we got 2 today, from what I was told.
Tight shit. Yeah, we'll probably it might.
I don't know. They said they did, but I don't know.
Yeah. Man, it's something we can check, Ain't no big deal. No biggie. But yeah, hope you guys have a good rest of your night, afternoon, evening, morning, whenever you come across this. Appreciate you guys, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Well, later today, because it's 12.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, we will see you guys later today. Peace.
Yes, we will.